Good evening. The April 19th, 2021 virtual legislative meeting of the Anne Arundel County Council is now in session. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Ms. Hare.
Present.
Ms. Pickard.
Present.
Mr. Volkey.
Present.
Mr. Pruski.
Here.
Ms. Fiedler.
Present.
Ms. Rodvian.
Present.
Ms. Lacey.
Present.
County Auditor Michelle Beaulaire.
Present.
Legislative Counsel Linda Schuett.
Present.
Madam Chair, everyone is present.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the Open Meetings Act statement. Oh, actually, you can hold on and do that after we first remember to do the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, which Ms. Rodvian is going to lead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. As we start our meeting this evening, I'd like to take a moment and just reflect and remember those lives who have been lost in a series of senseless shootings over the past week, and those who are lost in gun violence, whether by homicide or by suicide. It's a tragically alarming rate in the United States, and I hope that we can find a way to make these tragedies end. And I just ask that we take a moment to remember those whose lives have been lost. Thank you. And now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now, Madam Secretary, would you please read the Open Meetings Act statement?
The county attorney has asked me to read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act is a state law that requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in reasonably accessible places to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The virtual format of this meeting of the County Council is due to the COVID-19 pandemic and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved, such as having a call-in phone number that allows anyone with a telephone to call and listen to the meeting, broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and to the web, allowing written comments from the public to be submitted and considered by the council ahead of time, and allowing the public to call in via Zoom and testify live. The public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public as required by the Open Meetings Act. In addition, this technology satisfies the intent of the rules of procedure of the County Council that apply to meetings, and they do not need to be waived in order for this virtual meeting to be held.
Madam Secretary, please read the ethics statement.
The Ethics Commission has asked that I advise you that under certain circumstances, members of the public may qualify as lobbyists when they testify before the County Council. If so, the law requires that certain information be filed with the Ethics Commission. The chairman of the Ethics Commission has asked that those who wish to testify in any form review the general information on lobbying sheet located on the ethics website under forms and publications. If there are any questions about lobbying requirements, please contact the Ethics Commission directly at 410-222-4413.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will now open our invitation to audience. Madam Secretary, do we have any comments or communications on any subject not included in the printed agenda received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did receive one submission through the online testimony tool that has been shared with the council and added to the record.
Thank you. And we do not have any individuals signed up to speak at this time. Invitation to audience is now closed. Is there any item any council member would like to place on the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, may I have a motion that the partial reading of any bill, resolution, amendment to a bill or resolution, or minutes constitutes the reading of the whole?
So moved, Councilman Persky.
Second,
Second, Allison Pickard.
all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Madam Secretary, please read the minutes of April 5th, 2021.
Madam Chair, I believe that was taken off the agenda. It should not be in your script. We're not ready yet with the minutes from the last meeting.
Okay, then we will go ahead to the introduction of bills. Madam Secretary, please read the titles of any bills to be introduced this evening.
Bill number 3121, an ordinance concerning boards, commissions, and similar bodies, Resilience Authority of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County.
Madam Secretary, please read the titles of any resolutions to be introduced this evening.
There are no resolutions to be introduced this evening, Madam Chair.
How unusual. All right, we will go to Bill 1121 as amended. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 1121 as amended.
Bill number 1121, an ordinance concerning planning and zoning, general development plan, Plan 2040.
Thank you. This is an administration bill. I would normally let Mr. Barron go first, but Mr. Pruski, did you have a point of order or something?
I did not. I just had some general comments, but if you want to allow Mr. Barron to go through first, that's fine. I'll yield.
Thank you. Mr. Barron.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. Joining me is our GDP team, and I understand there's several people scheduled to give public comments, so I'll refrain from introducing everybody until we get back to amendments. The comments I want to make tonight, a lot of work has gone into the Plan 2040, and the administration wants to thank this council for all the hard work that has been done. There have been work sessions, briefings, the PAB meetings, community meetings, hours and hours and hours of phone calls with every single one of you, members of the administration, members of OPZ, members of various agencies and departments. So our message tonight to start us off is thank you for all the hard work that you have put in to this plan. It's a really good plan. We've got a bunch of amendments coming tonight that's going to make it better. And this is the process that we must go through. We're not going to agree on everything, but together we're going to continue the work to make Anne Arundel County the best place for all. The administration is committed to moving quick tonight. We know we are seeing about 72 amendments, so we are going to keep our comments as short as possible. We're convinced that if NASA can fly a helicopter on Mars, we can get through 72 amendments tonight. So with that, we look forward to listening to public testimony and happy to provide any answers to any questions the council has tonight. So with that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Pruski, District 4. I wanted to echo Mr. Barron's statements, but I also want to echo my fellow colleagues. I know that the late night phone calls, the work that you've all put in, but generally the public has to understand that there's been certainly a lot of discussion, and this isn't the end. I want to reiterate something that I've gotten a lot of emails on, and I think people are confused, that they believe that once this 30,000 foot view is passed, that it's the final decision, and that is not the case. This is a guide. Let me be very clear. It's Plan 2040, and plans change. And so the regional process, when we go through it, is when some of these things, and then obviously comprehensive rezoning to follow. So I want to reiterate that for all those that are kind of watching, seeing what's going on. And last but not least, I do want to give a special thanks to Laura Corby and Kaylee Schultz. When we have over 100 amendments over and over, you know, they just do tremendous work. And I appreciate them calling me. You know, some of us are at church on Sunday, sports, wherever we are, and they're giving us phone calls. So I just want to publicly recognize them. Again, the public doesn't see all the work that goes into when you have 100 amendments, and they deserve credit. And I just ask my colleagues that we work quickly tonight so that we get through them in a tremendous time and stick to what we said, just like Mr. Barron with his response. So thank you, and let's.
Yes, I unmuted to clap. Okay. Also, thank you, Ms. Schuett and the entire team at OPZ, and also the Office of Law. And this has certainly been probably the biggest group project short of, getting a helicopter to fly on Mars that this county will ever have. So with that, if no one else has any comments at this time, and I'm not seeing any, then we will open the public hearing on bill number 1121 as amended. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair, we received a total of 64 submissions of testimony through the online testimony tool and a letter that was put in our Dropbox.
Thank you. We have 20 individuals signed up to speak on this bill. Remarks will be limited to 2 minutes. When it is your turn, please unmute yourself and begin by stating your name and address for the record. First is Anna Henry.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anna Henry with the law firm Counsel Baradell in Annapolis. I've been authorized to testify on behalf of 1460 Dorsey Road LLC, the owner of 1460 Dorsey Road in Hanover, which is the subject of Luca 48 and amendment number 98 proposed by Ms. Lacey. We support the amendment to change the land use map for this property from industrial to high density residential for a few different reasons. First, this is a 6-acre undeveloped property that is directly across the street from new apartment complexes. And the county has recommended through staff recommendation 14 that the land use across the street be changed to high density residential as well. These apartment complexes did not exist during the last GDP. So there has been a change in the character of the neighborhood that makes the residential classification more compatible with the area than the existing industrial. Second, the property is only 6 acres, which is really not conducive for an industrial site and unattractive to a developer looking to develop an industrial use. To the east of the property, there is a house and a church, and the property owner has spoken with the pastor of the church who supports this high density residential classification to maintain the residential character of the area. And lastly, the BWI Fort Meade area is a major economic center, with Fort Meade being the largest employer in the state. So there are thousands of people who work in this area that could use more housing options closer to where they work. A high density residential classification is much more compatible with the area, will better serve the needs of the growing community, and will reduce traffic congestion. So again, we fully support Amendment 98, and we are grateful to Ms. Lacey for introducing it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Next is Mike Werner.
Madam Chair, I believe Mr. John Pantelides will be first for this group.
Okay, thank you. John Pantelides, 1609 Virginia Street, Annapolis. I believe we have made the case for a land use change from residential to maritime for the Pierre property. Luca 140 will help the White Rocks Marina become more family oriented by adding a clubhouse, pool, and other amenities. I found offensive the assertion from some people that the GDP process is being corrupted by the county council because they're adding amendments. These people know full well that if you do not get an amendment in the GDP, then every future reviewing agency will say, sorry, you're not in the GDP, and makes it much more difficult to get a zoning change. The administration's GDP is far from perfect, and it is the job of the county council to pass amendments to make it better. The county charter wisely gives the county council the final say in land use with a 5-vote veto-proof majority over the county executive. The citizens are safer with the council having the final say rather than unelected bureaucrats and groups pushing their own agendas. We need the council to pass amendments to correct inconsistencies, promote water access, economic development, workforce housing, and sensible growth in all parts of the county. Some of these opponents to amendments complain about how bad things are, but fail to mention Anne Arundel County is one of the richest and most desirable places to live, with unparalleled citizen service and the toughest environmental and permit regulations in the state. This prosperity did not happen by magic, but by past county executives and county councils realizing that balanced and fair land use is the key to our economic security and a good quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pantelides. Now it is Mike Werner's turn.
Okay, thank you. Mike Werner, 303 Nodrellis Road, Suite 114, Millersville, Maryland. I am testifying on the Pierre family request to change parcel 257 located at 1421 Marable Way from residential to maritime. We sent you a PDF presentation on April 3rd, and I hope you had a chance to look at it. Parcel 257 is adjacent to White Rocks Marina. The marina is a working marina that has boat slips, dry storage, and repairs. Parcel 257 is 2.4 acres, but note that 0.61 acres are in a conservation easement established some 10 years ago. The easement means that only 1.81 acres can be built on. You will see in your PFD package that the conservation easement contains mature trees and vegetation that buffer the adjacent 1 acre non-conforming parcel, which contains 6 rental units. County planners erred in designating the area next to the marina as low density on the GDP land map use because the adjacent parcel to the southwest contains 6 units on the property to the southeast, so has real life density of around R5 instead of the mapped R2. There is no reasonable basis to conclude that the clubhouse and recreational facilities on the property will not be compatible with the neighborhood, especially when the conservation easement provides a permanent buffer. The only access to this property is through the marina, which is zoned MB. Such access in combination with the parcel's usable 1.81 size and its LED overlay makes the property non-suitable for residential. The addition of the clubhouse and other amenities are for the general slip owners only. We're not going to be increasing the capacity of it by adding any more slips. So there should be no additional APF issues with traffic. We're asking for the amendment to the GDP so that I can begin the engineering to determine the size and location of the amenities and the owner can obtain financing.
Mr. Werner? Mr.
Yes.
Werner, thank you. Your time has expired.
Okay, I was almost done. Thank you.
Thank you. Chalice Pulliam?
Hi, my name is Shalise Pulliam and I reside at 1714 Perry Cove Road in Pasadena. My family and I are strongly in favor of the land use change for the Pierre family from residential to maritime on the parcel next to White Rocks Marina. We actually currently lease 2 boat slips at the marina, and we love the marina and it does a great job. It's just lacking the amenity package that families could use to have the best possible experience there. My husband and I actually have 7 children. 4 of them are adults, but 3 of them are still younger. So it would be a great place for us to go with the family, have the kids play at the pool, have a nice time at the clubhouse after we come off of our boat. It would be a really good change that would make a lot of people happy. We would like to have these amenities as soon as possible. So if this could get approved now, maybe in the next couple of years, we could have a nice place to go with our family. After speaking to a lot of people at the marina, I believe that I'm share the same opinion as most of them. I mean, who would be against having an amenity package as part of your slip fees without any additional charge? So I hope one of you will sponsor an amendment for this and get the change as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pulliam. Next is Gregory Pantelides.
Greg Pantelides, 1609 Virginia Street, Annapolis. Tonight, I would like to talk about how the change from residential to maritime on the Piera property, Luca 140, meets some of the stated goals of the GDP. A change from residential to maritime on parcel 257 will meet goal BE-4 of the draft plan land use. BE 4.2 states, ensure the maritime industry remains a viable driver of economic growth and stability in peninsula policy areas. Only 605 acres in all of Anne Arundel County are designated maritime. This represents a minuscule 0.2% of land in the county, which is astonishing given the 508 miles of shoreline. The best way to expand maritime land use is to encourage reasonable growth of existing marinas. Marinas provide important access to the Chesapeake Bay and its tributary rivers, access county citizens need given the scarcity of publicly owned land. Sager Williams mentioned at the April 5th hearing that large national marina operators are coming into the area to purchase family-owned marinas and change them to attract wealthy boat owners. Recently, Safe Harbors, a national marina operator, purchased Mares Marina in Annapolis, Mares Point Marina on Kent Island, and Oak Marina in Chestertown, Maryland. These actions make it harder and more expensive for blue-collar and middle-class boaters to find a place to dock their boat. Like the vast majority of families in Anne Arundel County, I do not live on the water and do not have a boat. Thus, one of the few options available is to rent a boat from a marina. As my father often says, the only access to water that most residents see is when they splash water on their face from the faucet in the morning. In addition, the GDP says that we should be helping existing businesses survive and grow. Economic growth and jobs will result by granting this change in land use. Furthermore, the tax base at all levels will be expanded to help pay for services that we need. But giving
Thank you, Mr. Pantelides. Your time has expired.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Tony Piera.
Good evening. My name is Tony Piera and I live at 3030 Old River Road.
Can you speak closer to the microphone in that conference room?
Yep. Good evening. My name is Tony Piera. I live at 3030 River Road. My family owns the White Rocks Marina and Mike's Crab House in Annapolis and in Pasadena. Since we purchased the property, we have invested a lot of money and time in improving White Rocks Marina and Mike's North. To survive the growth, the marine industry must broaden its appeal by offering boaters, families more. We came up with the idea of putting a pool, a clubhouse, and other amenities to provide a family experience. If we obtain the land use change, it will let us become a more family-friendly marina. The amenities will be open only to those using the marina, so there will be no increase in traffic. Family members who want to boat can boat, while other family members can swim and relax. On behalf of my family, I'm asking you to please now change the land use from residential to maritime so we can begin the feasibility study and obtain the finances so we can get ready for a grand opening in 2 years or so. The action will create jobs, help the economy. And I have heard some people say, wait 3 years for the regional plan. But we know the beginning of the GDP now will help us get through the next stages with the amendment tonight. I can start the engineer and look forward for financing. Please help us. Thank you so much, Anthony Piera.
Thank you, Mr. Piera. Next, we have Sager Williams.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the County Council. I want to echo comments that Councilmember Pruski made earlier. There's no doubt that planning and zoning staff have worked hard and ably to draft Plan 240. But when you do a general development plan, and the name is general, you paint with a wall brush, a broad brush. What we're asking the council to do tonight is take up a craft brush and paint a refinement to the broad brush general development plan. This refinement, this amendment that we hope will be introduced tonight is a win-win-win. The marina patrons win, the owners win, and the county wins. The county wins by keeping a longstanding business viable. It also makes the owners' hard work in the past pay off. And it creates really a classic land use transition. You have the existing marina is medium density marina, MB. What we're asking for is light marina, MA, transitioning to a buffer, transitioning to a property developed at R5 density, transitioning to R2 density. It's a classic planning transition with a buffer between the maritime and the residential. And in that regard, it makes sense. So we hope that the council will look favorably upon an amendment and help the Piera family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next is Joseph Devlin.
Madam Chair, Mr. Devlin was here. I'm not certain what happened to him. I actually am trying to figure that out. We may want to bump him to the end.
Okay. Next is Mr. Gary Mahler.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but you have a lot of feedback.
Okay, I'm not sure how to fix that one. Let me try here. I'm talking about Luca 187, 128, and SR 29. Sarah has introduced an amendment to make these industrial. They're currently have small business zoning and are currently viable uses of the property. Our region, what you will see from the map, is network preservation. And OPZ has overlaid with the village center. There's no way that I can see how manufacturing, warehouse, distribution centers, heavy industrial uses would fit in a network preservation community. One of the worst case uses could be adult bookstores. I don't think this is appropriate for communities and residential areas. We want to keep Jessup residential. We spent over $20,000 to defend that particular parcels to keep the industrial out of there. And we want to, our goal is to ask the other commissioners to vote against these amendments that would turn Jessup into industrial warehouse district, right in the middle of a village center and right in the middle of a existing stable residential community. By the way, I agree with the last speaker. I don't think that Lucas and SRs belong in, quote, a general discussion. That sounds more like zoning to me from my past experiences with GDPs in Anne Arundel County going back to the days of Ted Sophocles and Dave Bosher. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mahler. Next, we have Walter Ryder.
Thank you, Chair Lacy, members of the council. Walter Ryder, Edgewater Lane, Severna Park. I think we've identified quite a lot of momentum in the county to build up the water access and the ability for the non-waterfront and the non-water privileged community folks to get to the water. And as Mr. Pantelides indicated, the general development plan also lays a foundation, and however, the momentum that it is creating is going to be moving in the opposite direction. And in support of Amendment 81, I really implore you to take a look at the significance of switching the zoning of Beverly Triton Park to open space conservation. And I think the problem comes about when you take a look at active recreational and passive recreational. In the conservation zoning, and I'll be glad to provide citations, the uses that would allow passive recreational use, kayaking, hiking, bicycling, etc., really require some structures that are not permitted in the open space conservation designation. And if you look at the definition of what open space conservation overlay was originally intended for, to protect forest interior dwelling species, environmentally sensitive features, and of course, all of our waterfront property is environmentally sensitive. But I implore you to support that amendment to make sure that the plan, which took a lot of time, that Rex and Park developed for the improvements at Beverly Triton can continue to go forward, and that we can provide the kind of meaningful and beautiful public water access that the county citizens deserve. And I'd love to answer questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next is Paul Arcand.
Are you hear me okay?
We can hear you, but you also have a feedback issue.
That
A bad
Madam
one.
Chair,
Yes.
Lisa Rodvian, District 6. I might suggest that the speaker turn the volume down. Sometimes that can reduce the
I
feedback.
just turned it down. Can you hear me any better now?
That's better.
There we go. Sorry about that. Y'all are doing a great job tonight. I know you've got a lot ahead of you. Paul Can, 701 Conover, Pasadena. And I just wanted to thank you personally for the council citation recognizing my wife and I in Lighthouse Baptist Church for 20 years of service. We celebrate our 20th anniversary, and y'all present us a citation. And I thank each of you for that. I have congregation members that are in every one of your districts. So when they saw your names on that citation, they all were excited. So just wanted to thank you. I am speaking to something. I've been shocked in my 20 years of pastoring the church, how much talk about Plan 2040 has been going on in the church. And I've got several business folks in our church, landscapers, hair salon, beauty salon keepers, a CPA, and we would really implore you to support and pass the small business amendment that Councilwoman Fiedler is bringing forth tonight. And it is a common sense kind of help to some businesses that have, you know, they're in a place and it's it works for the business, but to go full commercial, it seems to add a lot of angst to the neighborhoods. And I think this is a common sense that will help the neighborhoods feel comfortable that they're not going to be concrete right over and build up a big giant building around them. But it also allows our small businesses to flourish and do well. So I want to encourage you to pass that amendment. I'd also ask you to resist any amendments that would go to change the small area plan. I think that would just kind of pull the rug out from under folks that have been watching this and seeing the order, how it's been laid out and recommended. And so,
Dr. Arcand,
resist that.
I apologize, but your
thank you.
2
God
minutes
bless
is
you. I
run.
appreciate all of you.
Thank you very much. We next have Jim Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Jim Lyons, and I've been a resident of the county for 40 plus years. I want to address several issues this evening. First, what makes a peninsula unique? A peninsula is a piece of land that is almost entirely surrounded by water and is attached to a larger land area. Of course, the county has several peninsulas. Most peninsulas are served by a single 2-lane road, such as the Mayo Peninsula where I live. At least 3 to 4 times a year, the road is shut down for a prolonged period of time due to accidents, trees downed, or utility and road work. There are no alternative routes when that happens. People are simply stuck. Now I'd like to talk about our parks. The National Park System includes national monuments, seashores, wild and scenic rivers, historic sites, and recreation areas, yet all are part of the National Park System. AA County's challenge is preserving the integrity of the county parks while addressing diverse interests and recreation demands. We need to recognize this as we set policies to guide management of the county park system. I'd suggest the following. Base park management on the nature of the landscape and the recreation values that users seek to enjoy in their parks. Recognize that some uses will be incompatible with the natural resources available or the physical infrastructure in place. Always manage the parks to preserve the integrity of their natural resources and protect the health and safety of park visitors. And always ensure that parks are open to everyone, but recognize that every park cannot accommodate every use. Additional water access definitely is needed in the county, but Beverly Triton Nature Park and Mayo Beach Park cannot possibly accommodate current demand for water access in the county, let alone visitors from other jurisdictions. The way to address the water access issue is to conduct a statewide study of needs and opportunities involving all communities, setting aside the budget to purchase access where needed and build the infrastructure and hire staff to ensure visitor safety. Senator Elfreth introduced a bill to do this in the recent state legislative session, but it did not pass. I propose we work together, this council, the county executive, and all communities of interest and park advocates to do the work to finally deal with the water access issue throughout the Bay region. And
Mr. Lyons,
Yes.
thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Next is Benjamin Westler.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman.
Good
members of the
evening.
County Council, I will be brief. I have submitted written testimony. I am here speaking today on behalf of my clients, Julie and Giovanni Santaboni at 161 Ferguson Road. I'm guessing very late this evening, you will get around to considering amendment number 113, which relates to their property on Ferguson Road. Currently, it is a low-density residential, and this amendment effectively directs the regional planning groups to consider this potential reclassification. It's not actually a land use change. It really is just direction to the regional planning process to take a look at this very unique property. It's zoned RLD right now, but it's effectively sandwiched between C4 properties developed with car dealerships, a very large exchange between Route 50 and Baydale Road, and an active shooting range to the south. And really, we've taken a look at this and think that it would be in the best interest of the county and the public at large to have this designated commercial long-term, but would be very happy to work through that in the regional plan process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Francis Spadaro.
Good evening. It's Paul Spadaro, President of the Magothy River Association. I'd like to talk a few things tonight. I'm kind of a little ecstatic. We just won with this Ecology Services up in Pasadena is now being fined $2.5 million or $2.1 million for polluting the Magothy. That's just breaking news, just happened just today. I want to talk briefly tonight about Amendment 81. And I'm very concerned about the change in the parks, county parks. Amendment 81 will change the wording. It's always in the wording, open space versus conservation areas. And we prefer to have the open space. We prefer to have all the parks in the county designated as open space. And the reason for that is basically in funding. As you well know, even in the Magothy, about 80% of people are kind of cut off from any kind of parks at all. And so we really have a responsibility as citizens in this county to provide as much public access as we possibly can. And that means making improvements to the existing parks. And sometimes that improvements should override improvements sometimes to private community parks. I think the priority is a little bit backwards in that we should focus on providing as much funds as possible to the areas that are public and make those improvements. And the Magothy has a long history of problems, and our thinking, the Magothy River Association's thinking, is pretty sound. The more people I can get out on the river, the more people that can enjoy the river, the more people are going to be in favor of spending money to make improvements to further the health for generations to enjoy. So
Thank you, Mr. Spadaro. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Next is Matt Minahan.
Congratulations, Paul and the Magothy folks. That's great news. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. I'm Matt Minahan, 3651 First Avenue Edgewater, president of the Neighbors of the Mayo Peninsula. We want to begin again by acknowledging the huge accomplishment that Plan 2040 is and thank the Office of Planning and Zoning for all of its work consolidating all of these different views and inputs. Improving water access is a critical need for the state and the county, and we agree it should be a priority for the county's Plan 2040, but also for the state. You may have read or heard testimony that implies that there are racist policies and practices that prevent people of color and immigrants from using the parks in Mayo. I say again here emphatically the same things I've written to you and have said in person, that parks on the Mayo Peninsula are open and we welcome all to enjoy them, despite what you may have read in the press. It is the treasure of nature that belongs to us all and should be enjoyed and experienced by all. Some activists, even on this call tonight, are falsely saying that lands acquired with money from Program Open Space must be designated as open space in the GDP, and that there are no amenities on those lands. The conservation designation does not prevent the creation of parking areas, signage, water access, bathrooms, and other amenities. And the case in point is Beverly Triton Nature Park, which already is designated as conservation and has many of those same things with more in the plans. Finally, as you've received our written testimony, we also hope that the council votes to retain the definition of peninsulas from the GDP when you get to Amendment 113. Thank you for your time tonight. Good luck with all of the business you have to transact.
Thank you, sir. Next is Kyle Pullen.
Good evening, it's Kyle Pullen, 594 Pasture Brook Road, Severn, Maryland, in District 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak. I would like to echo the sentiments of my pastor, Paul Arcan, in thanking the council for the citation granted to Lighthouse Baptist Church, which is the church I have attended personally for the last 20 years. I appreciate also the opportunity to give input on the Plan 2040, plan designed to provide opportunities of growth in Anne Arundel County residents, families, and businesses. I would like to thank all the individuals who have invested their time and resources into the development of the plan. As a lifelong Anne Arundel County resident, I have a vested interest in the changes, both positive and negative, that impact our county. I live, work, shop, attend church, and many other things in Anne Arundel County. I am speaking in support of the small business amendment being proposed by Councilwoman Fiedler, and I would implore the council members to support this amendment. I believe it is a common sense solution that will provide relief and resources to the proper parties. I would also encourage the council to resist any amendments that would change the order of the regional plan. Thank you for your time and for your service to our county.
Thank you, sir. Next is Jesse Iliff.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I wanted to, for the record, my name is Jesse Iliff. I live at 104A Mead Drive in Annapolis, Maryland. I am here tonight speaking as your Southwest and Road Riverkeeper for the Arundel Rivers Federation. So I wanted to speak about 2 points that I've realized from testimony and the records of prior council meetings have arisen. The first is the Peninsula Policy Areas controversy, and I favor the Peninsula Policy Areas as the draft from Planning and Zoning was written. These areas make sense ecologically speaking. I don't even need to speak about traffic problems. That's not my bailiwick as a riverkeeper, but the simple proximity to tidal waters means that development projects in these areas have a much higher possibility of polluting our rivers, streams, and bays than do other projects deeper inland. The potential for sea level rise to impact these areas is much higher than it is at higher elevations. The peninsulas have steep slopes leading down to the non-tidal streams, which are also more fragile and vulnerable to development, and the provisions in the general development plan protecting these policy areas make sense for those reasons. As far as my second issue is related to the designation of conservation versus open space for parks. I think that there's room for active and passive uses in a lot of our parks, but to build in a park that is currently passive use and put in ball fields that need to be fertilized and have pesticides used on them would simply be bad for the creeks. Full
Mr.
stop.
Iliff, thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Next is Lisa Arrowsmith.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lisa Arrowsmith. I live on Sidon Drive in Hanover, Maryland. I'm here as the chair of the Public Water Access Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to put input into the GDP, which will guide our county's land use policy for the next 20 years. The committee recommends 3 amendments to both maximize public recreation and drive long overdue public water access in our county. 80% of the people in Anne Arundel County do not live in waterfront homes or water privileged communities. Our waters are thus out of reach of most people without public water access. Public water access must be a lead goal in the GDP. As such, the committee enthusiastically supports Amendment 127, sponsored by Councilwoman Rodby and Chairman Lacey, as a step in making sure that all of us can get to the water. Second, our city, county, state, and federal parklands must be classified as open space, not the current draft GDP classification of conservation. All land funded by POS and LWCF, both publicly and privately held, must also be classified as open space. For decades, the county largely failed its duty to make all of our public waterfront parks open for public access and public use. The committee enthusiastically supports Amendment 81, Parks and Open Space, sponsored by the administration, Chairwoman Lacey, and Councilwoman Pickard. Amendment 81 classifies our public parks as parks and open space, not conservation. This corrected classification of parks and open space thus preserves maximum flexibility for recreational use of our public parks, encourages compliance with the public use and access mandate that accompanies POS and LWCF funding, and shields all of our parks from development. Third, the GDP must eliminate proposed peninsula privilege, i.e. the peninsula policy area. The draft GDP grants special traffic and development protection to some of the most—
Ms. Arrowsmith, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your time has expired.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next, we have Chip Walsh.
Good evening. My name is Chip Walsh, and I am a 38-year resident of Anne Arundel County.
Sir, can you speak closer to your mouthpiece or microphone?
I would like to thank the County Council and administrators for creating the forward-looking general development plan and for the opportunity to comment on it. I stand by the written comments that I submitted on April 5th. And those comments urge you to classify parks and properties acquired under program open space in the Land, Water, and Conservation Fund as open space. It is my understanding that tonight you have in front of you an amendment to make this change, and obviously I support an amendment for this purpose. In my April 5th submittal, I urge you to eliminate the peninsula policy areas because the goals set for these areas are redundant with other areas of the GDP. The sub-goals are protection of the natural environment, support of the maritime industry, and improving transportation corridors. These goals are enumerated in various places throughout the GDP, as they should be. And since the goals set for the peninsula policy apply to the entire county, there's no need to separately enumerate them for this single area. Therefore, there's no reason to have peninsula policy area. And the GDP should be amended to eliminate it. In my prior comments, I particularly noted that attaching the goal of improving critical transportation corridors to the peninsula policy is nonsensical. Our County Department of Public Works assures that available funds are put to use on the projects that are most beneficial to the public. When the people who live on peninsulas want to leave their neighborhoods, they drive on roads in non-peninsula areas. What good does it do to improve the transportation corridor on the peninsula if the rest of the county roads are clogged with traffic? After leaving their neighborhoods, the peninsula residents will be bogged down along with everyone else. The best way to fix this nonsensical goal is to eliminate the peninsula policy.
Mr. Walsh, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Wayne Berwager. I have no idea how to say your last name, sir. I'm trying. Sir?
Madam Chair, Mr. Berwager is unmuted. He's been given permission to talk. I believe all he needs to do is talk.
Mr. Berwager, this is your last chance. Madam Secretary, I think it is time we go to Joseph Devlin.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the council. My name is Joe Devlin with the law firm of Counsel Barrett, L. Cosmero, Nolan in Annapolis. And I have the pleasure tonight of speaking on behalf of Ms. Edna Holsey and her family, who own and operate the Brass Rail Pub up on Hogneck Road in Pasadena. And Mr. Volke has been kind enough to submit an amendment on our behalf, I believe, later on this evening. Which basically the Brass Rail Pub has been there by under the management and ownership of the Holseys since 1986. Prior to that, it had been known as Kelly's Corner for many, many years. And for whatever reason, while the site upon which the bar itself sits has had longstanding commercial recognition, for whatever reason, the residential piece behind it, which has historically always served as a parking lot for the tavern, has not received that same commercial classification. So we have asked that the land use map be changed to reflect the ownership of the Holseys for the Brass Rail Bar and parking lot facilities, so that it becomes commercial under the land use map, and hopefully in the region plan we get the C1 to be on all of the bar property. And we ask that take place. We have the non-conforming status, which we're actually going to file to register that here shortly to serve as a bridge between now and the region plan. But again, from a planning and zoning standpoint, the smarter play is to have the proper zoning on the restaurant and its parking lot and the entire commercial use. And we're hopeful that that the first step tonight of that amendment to the land use map will be accomplished, and then we'll get into the region plan and take care of it ultimately there. But thank you for your time, and we appreciate all the hard work of everybody at planning and zoning, the committees, the council, et cetera, and I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devlin. Madam Secretary, you are muted.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Mr. Berwager has raised his hand. I think maybe we should give him one more chance.
That's fine.
You hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. And
Oh,
how do you
very
pronounce
good.
your last name, please?
Berwager, you did perfect, ma'am. You did great.
Okay.
It's amazing. But thank you. So I'd like to just thank you. I'm Wayne Berwager from 1722 Crownsville Road, Crownsville, Maryland. And Madam Chair, I'd like to thank you and the council members for all the time you put in. We often see names and faces, but we don't understand all the work that goes in behind the scenes. So just I thank you for that, and for your, I guess, unrecognized work that you do. And I'd just like to thank you as well, just for recognizing our pastor and his wife and family for their 20 years at Lighthouse Baptist Church. It's a pretty good milestone, really, in serving the community, and really a backbone in a lot of ways of helping different, for all walks of life. But I'd like to thank you for recognizing for that. And just tonight, just to ask that in support, I guess, of the opportunity to speak for the in support of the small business amendment, I believe it's number 63, introduced by Councilwoman Fiedler, and ask that just along the lines of all the change that we were in an era of change and constant change, that we kind of just continue just to as it's been introduced, just keep it as is, and resist any amendment to change the regional small area plan. It's nice to have a little bit of consistency in life, and be able to just kind of go forward, with what's been introduced. But I thank you for your time, for listening. I think a lot of people in the community do. We're thankful that you do listen, because I think a lot of times we feel like our voices are not heard. But I do thank you for that and for your time.
Thank you, sir. Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our invitation to audience, unless I've forgotten someone.
Madam Chair, we did 100%.
Okay. Pardon me 1 second, trying to find what I need to find on my screen. Okay, the public hearing on bill number 1121 as amended is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 1121 as amended.
Bill number 1121, an ordinance concerning planning and zoning, general development plan, Plan 2040.
Okay, is there any further discussion of the council before we dive into amendments? Okay, seeing none, looks like everybody wants to dive in. I believe our first number is number 56. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, please read the amendment.
Amendment number 56. This amendment requires that any land use map changes adapted during the region planning process be shown in a map, include a description of how the changes are consistent with the general development plan, and be considered amendments to the general development plan.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. If you will recall, this amendment comes out of the discussion from the previous meeting. We discussed this concept at the work session as well. We're just, I think that the description does it justice. So I'm not going to go reiterate that, but Ms. Rhodes, if you want to say a few things about sort of the broad stroke of what region planning is and what we're trying to accomplish with this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Good evening, Councilwoman, Council Chairwoman, and the Council. This is Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. This amendment does exactly what Mr. Barron says. It codifies Plan 2040's region plan process. It ensures that revisions made to the land use map during the region plan process become amendments to the GDP. This will ensure consistency between the region plans and the GDP. The overall role of the region plan is to restore meaningful citizen involvement in the planning process. So after the GDP is adopted, there are other implementation requirements that will take place. Other planning processes will take place. Also, the first 3 of 9 region plans will begin, and that will be a tailored process, of a comprehensive process, a cyclical process that we will continue, where it's going to include the communities in the process. And that kind of summarizes where we are.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt?
Madam Chair, Councilman Pruski, motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Allison Pickard, second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Ms. Rhodes and Mr. Barron, thank you for the explanation. And I just want to make sure that the legislative record is abundantly clear on this, because one of the things that I always notice when we're doing things down the road is that sometimes it's not always clear from the minutes or the notes of the council what people were thinking when they did certain things. So I just want to clarify, it is the understanding of everyone, and thank you for working through this and taking some suggestions that I and others brought up, that the expectation is whatever happens in the region plan, to the extent that region plan is adopted by the council, it will supersede the GDP. So it's effectively a second shot at doing some of the land classification in the GDP. I just want to make sure that's abundantly clear on the record for everybody watching and anybody who comes back and looks later.
Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. It will not supersede the GDP. The region plan process will refine the general development plan process. It will set goals and policies. It will include the community in the process, and any changes in the land use, zoning recommendations, comprehensive zoning will actually update the GDP. So it doesn't supersede. It just refines the general development plan process.
If I could add to what Ms. Rhodes just said, Pete Barron with the administration, we stayed away from the term supersede. I think it's more accurate to call it an amendment.
Okay, Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. You actually use supersede in the document in section C on page 18, line 5. So I think it is there. But I want to make sure that I understand this thing correctly, Ms. Rhodes. So as it pertains to the region plans, the only concern that I have is I want to make sure we're not requiring that the region plans have to be consistent with the GDP, right? Because if we do that, then it would seem like the region plans can only be a repeat of the GDP. So I want to make sure it's clear that the region plans can come in and, as you said, revise and further refine these regions to ensure that the land use classifications are appropriate. I just want to make it clear that those land use classifications are able to be changed in the region plan process.
Thank you, Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. After the GDP process, we will begin the region plan process, where that process will be based on regions. They will use the same criteria that was used in the general development plan process, but it'll be tailored to the region. So they'll still go through the same processes. Any land use changes that are made in the region plan process will actually update the general development plan process. And in the region plans also go through the zoning recommendations and comprehensive zoning that will occur in the region plan process.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Ms. Rhodes, so I don't want to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. To the extent that the regional plan groups or committees, small area committees, whatever we're calling them, but the regional plan groups, to the extent that they say, we think that the current land classification as it's set is not appropriate, they have the authority to recommend to the council to change the land use classification to something else more appropriate. Is that correct?
Ms. Rhodes, you're muted.
Sorry. Lori Rhodes, during the region plan process, they can file a land use application change, just like they do the comprehensive zoning process, the general development plan process, excuse me. In the region plan process, a land use change will effectively amend the general development plan without having to amend that plan. That's what this bill will do. I'm not going to say supersede because it's not going to supersede. It will refine and amend the comprehensive plan.
Ms. Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Schuett, lawyer for the County Council.
just to take an example, if the current land use map, if it's adopted in this bill, says that a particular property should be industrial, and then in the regional plan, the committee or whoever, whatever the name of that is, says no, it should be commercial, then that designation as commercial becomes an amendment to the GDP, and therefore the governing land use for that particular property will be commercial, not industrial. Is that a correct? Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 56.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 56 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 57.
Amendment number 57. This amendment supersedes an addition made on page 68 of Volume 1 of Plan 2040 by amendment number 54 and revises provisions in the plan related to the purpose and content of region plans.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've talked about this amendment during work session. This amendment revises language and is intended to help clarify the region planning process and identify action items and products expected as a result of the region planning process, including concept plans for targeted growth areas. I ask my colleagues to support.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Peruski.
Is there a second?
Second, Allison Pickard, B2.
Thank you. Is there any discussion, or Mr. Barron, do you want to go first?
Pete Barron with the administration, to echo Councilman Pickard. We think this is a good amendment. We support.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I'm not sure who to direct the question to, so I'll just direct the question and anybody can answer appropriately. There's a comment in here that talks about needing to assess the regional impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic that was not in the original iteration of what was provided in Volume 1 of the General Development Plan. So I guess my question would be, what exactly are we looking at and what are we anticipating considering? What exactly does that mean?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Pickard.
As you may know, with the drastic change with how people are working now with telework and otherwise, we will, there's a possibility that we will see vacant commercial office space. And so that could have a detrimental effect on certain corridors in the county. And it's just one of those aspects of the new world post-COVID-19 that we may need to shift around a little bit, some land use or what have you, some decisions we make. So that's really the basis of that, at least from my perspective. I don't know if the administration has something else to add.
Pete Barron with the administration. Nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 57.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 57 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 58.
Amendment number 58. This amendment supersedes amendment number 55 to require each stakeholder advisory committee to be composed of a minimum of 9 members and a maximum of 15 members, and at least 2/3 of the members to be residents of the region being planned. Adds requirements that interested candidates for SACs go through an application process and that county staff will be an available resource for each SAC, and that SAC schedules be posted in advance and meetings be recorded and posted for public viewing.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So a lot of this superseding language in this is just incorporating previously passed amendments. The change here that you are considering this evening is clarifying a bit more how potential members of the SACs will be reviewed and put forward as members of the Stakeholder Advisory Council. It was tweaked a little bit from the version we discussed during our recent work session. And that was after some discussion with the administration. I do ask my colleagues to support this amendment tonight.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Pete Barron with the administration. I want to thank Councilwoman Fiedler for the discussion at the previous work session, and then in the interim while we wordsmith this. The administration supports this amendment. I don't know if Mr. Kai-Ziegler, if you would like to add anything in terms of context, but the administration firmly stands ready to get working on our stakeholder advisory committees, and we pledge that we will be working with the council as we select folks for them to make sure that they are representative of the regions.
Sure, I can go very quickly. Good evening, Steve Kai-Ziegler, Planning and Zoning Officer. I think just all I want to add is that we fully appreciate and understand the role that the stakeholder advisory committees will play within the region planning process. You know, we're envisioning a very robust group of, I'm going to say, educated people, very interested in dedicating their time. And what we're going to be getting is their expertise, their advice, their guidance, and the recommendations that will lead to a plan, potential changes in land use, and recommendations on comprehensive rezoning for the area. I'd also like to point out to better ensure that we monitor the success of an adopted region plan, we're asking that the Stakeholder Advisory Committee or a similar group be appointed after the region plan is adopted to monitor the progress of our ability to implement the plan. So that's just a quick caption on a nutshell of the importance that we see in the SACs. Thanks.
Mr. Pruski.
Andrew Pruski, District 4. Just a point of order, Madam Chair. Before we explain and go back and forth, we do have to have a motion to adopt. I don't think we did that, so I'm going to make a motion to adopt this.
Thank you for noticing that we skipped that step. That does happen.
Second, Allison Pickard, D2.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Mr. Kai-Ziegler or Mr. Barron, I just want to confirm with both of you that you do not anticipate that this will be an additional burden on county staff, particularly OPZ staff, to serve as a resource for the SAC or to assist in the vetting process.
Pete Barron with the administration. I'll let Mr. Kai-Ziegler speak for OPZ. The administration always intended for county resources to be at play as a resource for the stakeholder advisory committees.
Again, Steve Kai-Ziegler, Planning and Zoning Officer. I'm not sure I would use the word resource in the true sense, but obviously we have to be very, very involved as we will lead this effort and working with the future SACs to produce the best plan we can. So we are currently staffed in such a manner that we can undertake and support 3 region plans at a time.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 58.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 58 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 59.
Amendment number 59. This amendment adds language to Plan 2040 in addition to language added by amendment number 54 to require each SAC to include residents from the councilmanic districts included in the region planning area who are recommended by the council members for the districts, and supersedes amendment number 55 to require each stakeholder advisory committee to be composed of a minimum of 9 members and a maximum of 15 members, and at least 2/3 of the members to be residents of the region being planned, adds requirements that interested candidates for SACs go through an application process, and that county staff be an available resource for each SAC, and that SAC schedules be posted in advance and meetings be recorded and posted for public viewing.
Mr. Volkey.
Motion to adopt, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Fiedler, second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 59.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 59 is defeated.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 60.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Volkey.
Madam Chair, I think, Madam Secretary, did you get that right when you said 4
No,
in the affirmative, 3 in the negative?
No, Madam Chair, my apologies. I misspoke. I need to repeat the results of the roll call vote. It was actually 4 in the affirmative and 3 in the negative. That means amendment number 59 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Volkey. And Ms. Corby, please read amendment number 60.
Amendment number 60. This amendment adds provisions in Plan 2040 related to the planning process and replaces an infographic outlining the process.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. This amendment was discussed at the work session and is related to the earlier amendments we adopted as it relates to the code in amendment number 56. Amendment 60 adds some clarifying language to the plan and I think, more refined infograph to help folks better understand the cyclical nature of our planning process. Mr. Kai-Ziegler, if you have anything to add, please speak up.
Steve Kai-Ziegler, Planning and Zoning Officer. I echo Mr. Barron's words. I think one of the things we talked about this quite a bit throughout the GDP's evolution with the council is that there's been confusion because of the way the county approached GDP, whether there were small area plans, whether there was comprehensive rezoning. And up until this point, every time we went through a GDP update or created a new one, we've kind of handled the process differently. And so to be clear, the way we're looking at this is we are starting a cyclical planning process that starts with the adoption of the GDP, followed by the preparation, review, adoption of a series of functional master plans, 9 region plans. And when those are done, we will start the process to update the GDP again. And that's why we use the term cyclical, is that we're trying to institutionalize a way of doing future planning in the county. I hope that helps.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Rodvian, second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I'm just going to take this moment to discuss the reasons why I'm going to oppose this amendment as opposed to waiting until we vote. I really would like to see this done a little differently. I think I've explained this at work sessions, but I'm just going to say it for the benefit of the public and the record. I really would prefer to see that we do the regional plans and then we do the GDP after that. And I know that that's kind of what I hear OPZ saying, but the way I understand how they're trying to do it, it's not quite the way I'm looking at it. I'd rather see the small plans feed into the large plan as opposed to the large plan happening and then the small plans refining. I just don't like that process. And so for me, I'm not in favor of this particular process or putting it into the plan and saying this is how we should move forward. So I just want to state my reasons on the record for why I'll vote against.
Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I did just want to follow up with planning and zoning because I mean, the cyclical process I agree with, but I do think it has been very difficult to do the general development plan first and the region plans afterwards. And it does make our land use decisions somewhat convoluted and duplicate efforts. And so I'm trying to understand why moving forward, that's how you would like to do it, as instead of after this round, which I understand got a little mixed up because of timing, but why not after this round? Wouldn't we be using the regional plans to feed into the general development plan instead of the reverse.
So Steve Kizigler, Planning and Zoning Officer. The way our county code is structured, we are following that process, I believe, and the Office of Law can comment if they think I'm incorrect. But the other side of it is if we hadn't done an update to the GDP and we started preparing region plans, the problem we would have is that the guiding document, the previous GDP, which was adopted in 2009, would be the guider of the region plans. And today it's 12 years old. And we would not be in anywhere near as good a position to initiate region plans on a planning document that was that dated. So by code and by, I'm going to say from our perspective, common sense, you start with a GDP and you follow that with your smaller region plans and functional master plans. I will also tell you that I know you all know I've had a fair amount of experience in other jurisdictions. What we're doing here is essentially the same type of thing that we would have done in any other place that I've worked. But that's trying to answer your question. That's why we're doing it this way.
Okay. May I ask one follow-up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I understand this time, like I said, it got a little wonky, but moving forward, shouldn't we try and right size it moving forward so that we go back to starting from the ground up and doing the regional plans and then the GDP and the comp rezoning so that we have all the input from the communities at the ground level as we're going into this land use map instead of trying to kind of top down in the future?
Mr. Kizigler, you're muted.
Pardon me, Steve Kizigler, Planning and Zoning Officer. I do understand your question, and I would respectfully disagree. The functional way long-term planning works in a jurisdiction is you start with the broader, large-scale planning process, which in our case is a GDP. It provides very general policy direction, land use changes. It's not the same as zoning. And that is, I'm going to say, the guider that you use when you move into your more refined plans, like your region plans. So, if you were asking me, would I do it different or did we wrong foot ourselves? I don't think so. I think we're doing it correctly.
Any further discussion? Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So I just will say that what I have taken away from conversations over the last several weeks and months is that there is a certain way that land use planners think, and then there's a certain way that non-use land use planners think. And I'm part of the latter. So that will be reflected in my vote tonight. It's a difference of opinion on how to approach something. So thank you.
Last call. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 60.
Ms. Hare.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 60 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 61.
Amendment number 61. This amendment adds an appendix for the minor consistency changes referenced in Plan 2040, requires a supplemental table and a map of the minor consistency changes be available on the Plan 2040 webpage, and requires that minor consistency changes be reviewed during region planning and mapped and conspicuously identified in region plans.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. So we talked about this amendment in concept at the work session. I think there are about 71,000 acres of consistency changes that planning and zoning has made throughout the county, and they go through all 7 districts. And in many instances, it may be very small changes. The issue is they were never really called out on the plan or available for the general public to take a look at and comment on conspicuously. Sort of you had to go through the map very tediously and individually and look at parcels and compare to existing. And anyone who didn't know that it had occurred would not even know what to look for. And I think we saw a couple of amendments at the last meeting where folks found errors because, everybody's human and there are errors that get made with the property lines and things like that we had to correct. I think it is critically important that we make sure that the general public see and understand what these consistency changes are, both from a category standpoint and also by parcel, so that they can go to the webpage and say, okay, this consistency change is being made. Hold on a second. That's my backyard. That's my neighbor's property. Let me make sure I'm okay with this. And so this does exactly as Ms. Corby read. It requires the appendix be added for the category changes into the GDP. It requires that planning and zoning put up a listing on the webpage by parcel for every single consistency change in the county. And then it requires that those parcels be conspicuously called out in every region plan so that the public can comment on them, and then we can take a look at them after that.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Council Pickard.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Councilwoman Hare noted, this was discussed at the previous work session. The administration worked with Councilwoman Hare to refine the language here. This is a good amendment and we support it.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I'm going to be voting in support of this amendment because it's a great amendment. Frankly, the problem with this amendment is the fact that it's almost too little too late, because it's a Band-Aid on 71,000 acres in our county that have been changed in terms of their land use, over 51,000 parcels. So the reality is we are going to be forced to vote on this, and the best that we've been able to do is go through on a map that's been created and try to look through our districts, piece by piece, to figure out where these consistency changes were made, because we don't have any tracking of it. So I applaud Ms. Hare and Ms. Fiedler for bringing this. I think this is exactly the type of change that we need to make to the GDP. However, I still think that it's a major shortfall in the GDP itself. So I'm grateful that they're bringing it, but I think it still exposes a major flaw in the GDP.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 61.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 61 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 62.
Amendment number 62. This amendment restores all minor consistency changes referenced in Plan 2040 to the land use designations used in the 2009 GDP land use plan, except for certain properties, and changes the land use designation for properties located on 302, 848, and 1584 Ritchie Highway and 1061 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard to the small business land use designation.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had this amendment drafted when I too noticed the concerns with the consistency changes. The parcels noted here are going to be addressed in another amendment. I'm comfortable with the amendment that just passed, so I will be withdrawing this one.
Thank you, Ms. Fiedler. Madam Secretary, will note that amendment number 62 is withdrawn. Please read amendment number 63.
Amendment number 63. This amendment adds small business as a land use designation in Plan 2040, changes the land use designation to small business for properties located on 302 and 848 Ritchie Highway in Severna Park, 1584 Ritchie Highway, and 1061 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard in Arnold, and for Luca 69, Luca 121, Luca 147, and PDR 1. And adds a recommendation that properties located on 491 College Parkway and 1212 Ritchie Highway in Arnold be considered for a small business land use designation during the region planning process.
Thank you. Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. This was a big one and took a lot of work. I've discussed this amendment from the very first work session. I understand from a planning perspective why Office of Planning and Zoning would want to place small business zoning under the commercial land use category. However, removing small business land use as a category altogether really took away a valuable tool for those transitional areas in our county, and the potential to bring non-conforming parcels into conformance while staying consistent with the characteristics of the community is also a really valuable reason to have this tool still available. This amendment replaces that land use tool. It identifies land uses that should change to small business land use that should be considered in regional plans as well. Finally, it corrects those consistency parcels mentioned that were changed to commercial land use with the merger of small business under commercial. Those are 4 parcels specifically in District 5 that were placed, as we mentioned, with the consistency changes that were not discussed with the community, and those are all currently zoned small business. I know that this was a very big lift from the Office of Law and Office of Planning and Zoning, and I really appreciate the work that went into this amendment and the numerous meetings that Office of Planning and Zoning coordinated with me to be able to introduce it here this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions and do request your support this evening.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Second, Hare.
Okay, Mr. Barron?
Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. Thank you, Councilwoman Fiedler, for this amendment. The administration understands the reasons why you requested this amendment, and we also understand the reasoning behind planning and zoning wanting to keep it under commercial. We have no objection to your amendment.
Mr. Pruski?
I believe Councilwoman Hare was before me, but I'll yield to her. Okay, thank you. Councilman Pruski, District 4. So I spoke with the sponsor, and I really don't have any issues, but I want to talk about long-term, and this is a question for planning and zoning. So as this is either added or brought back, I'm concerned because my district has not had a discussion about small business, and I know that within this recommendation, obviously there's some recommendations that are there for certain parcels. So if somebody could just address that for the future, is this something that's going to be discussed in regional processes to clearly define small business? And let me explain why, and this is not from a zoning perspective, but this is more of, I have a business that says, well, they have 1,000 employees in their small business, right? So how do you clarify that? So again, if somebody could just answer that again. I think the sponsor has done a lot of work on this, and I appreciate that, but I just want to make sure that we further refine. We use that word refine, we're clear about that. Thank you.
Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. Of course, during the region plan process, there will be opportunities to discuss land use changes that took place during the general development plan. This is just a land use change that's being made right now. The controlling instrument is the zoning regulations, and that determines the scale of a small business.
Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Councilman Pruski brings up a point that transitions well into kind of the comment I was going to make about there's a particular parcel in here, Lucas 69, that is in my district, that Ms. Pompa and Ms. Carrier graciously spent enormous amounts of time with me answering my questions and discussing with me this whole concept of a transition zone and how do you go from, there's pretty intense commercial on one side of the street, but then residential on the other, and what do we do with that? And so I was very happy to see the small business amendment come from Councilwoman Fiedler, because I think in this particular instance, it may be appropriate for that parcel, but I also take comfort in the fact that the regional plans are then going to consider this and refine it further, and that if the community thinks that that is not the appropriate response, they will certainly let me know. And if they do think that that's a good balance, the way I think it is, that they will also let me know. So I felt like this was a great amendment, and I'm happy to support.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. Just to follow up for anyone who may have some questions on the difference between small business land use and small business zoning under commercial. The difference really is the zoning potential. So if you put in for commercial and you ultimately want small business zoning, that is what you will as a landowner request, but there is potential for C1 through C4. If you have a small business land use, your zoning potential is residential and small business zoning. So that's where the difference is and where we give allowance for some transitional areas.
Mr. Volkey and then Ms. Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I also want to thank Councilwoman Fiedler for the work that she put in. I know she spent a lot of time on this amendment, and it actually benefits Aluka in my district as well, Aluka 121, which it makes sense because of its proximity on Ritchie Highway, but also because of the character of that area, which is in many ways still a residential feel. This permits a business there to be able to still participate as a business, but kind of keep the same feel without having to either decide if it's residential or commercial. So I just want to applaud her for bringing this back. I think this is a very useful tool for significant parts of the county, and I look forward to voting for it.
Ms. Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Schuett, lawyer for the County Council. Am I correct that some properties that are zoned as small business will be shown on the land use map as small business, but other properties that are zoned small business won't be? They will continue to be shown as commercial? And if the answer to that is yes, won't that cause confusion?
Maybe somebody from planning and zoning or.
Sure.
Sorry.
Christina Pompo with the Office of Planning and Zoning. Ms. Schuett, potentially it could cause confusion, but there were 75 acres of small business that the staff had proposed or recommended to change to commercial. So yes, there is going to be a little bit of divergence there between if something has the small business land use or they have the commercial land use, they could still have the small business zoning. But I think in the end, we will find a way forward on this. And there, as Councilman Pruski noted, that there is going to be additional refinement during the region plan process. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Sarah Lacey, District 1. I will just comment. Several of the, not several, but a few of the Lucas that I'm bringing amendments for later on included split zone parcels with small business and low density residential. And since we had gotten so far into the process before this amendment was more broadly discussed and shared with the council, I felt it was best to go forward with the understanding as originally had been in the plan with commercial as the umbrella land use category. So when we get to those amendments, I'll still be asking for your support for them as written. And I will, I'm just noting that once again, as we can reiterate for the communities that if this amendment passes, small business will be an option in the future, but I didn't think it was appropriate to plan that for the particular land use change requests in my district. Does anyone have any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 63.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 63 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 64.
Amendment number 64. This amendment changes the designation of residential low density to commercial for the property located at 8107 Hog Neck Road and part of the property located at 8115 Elizabeth Road in Pasadena.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Mr. Devlin actually spoke about this earlier in his remarks, but as you can see, if you take a look at this property, There is an existing commercial operation that has been in operation at this site for as long as I can remember. And it is serving as a bar known as the Brass Rail Pub. There's a parking lot area that it currently exists as residentially classified property. And this would reclassify the property there to be commercial, consistent with what it's next to. So it's a relatively minor change, and it deals with one business just to fix what appears to be a mistake in the land use map that's existed for many, many years. So I would ask for your support.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Councilman Persky.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think as the sponsor noted, this is a small change. However, the administration prefers that it be discussed at region planning and retain the way staff recommended it. That said, either way, this would be a bill to be discussed at region planning. So the administration is, I guess you could say softly opposed, not very concerned about this one.
Any comments? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 64.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 64 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 65.
Amendment number 65. This amendment changes the designation of public use to mixed use for the property located at 7409 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard, Glen Burnie.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We discussed this at length at our work session last Tuesday. This is a proposed land use change from public use to mixed use. The land is currently owned with a variety of office, storage, and warehouse type uses. However, there have been discussion about future redevelopment possibilities. The property is located between Cromwell Light Rail and downtown Glen Burnie, is directly adjacent to the staff recommendation of mixed use for SR 17. Changing the land use to the desired mixed use will provide support for a future zoning change to align with redevelopment. I urge your support on this.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt?
Councilman Persky, motion to adopt.
In a second?
Allison Pickard, second.
Thank you. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. Want to thank the sponsor for working with the administration. As mentioned, this was discussed at the work session. The administration supports this amendment.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I didn't get a chance to stay for the whole work session, so I guess I just want to clarify, is this property still county-owned property?
Allison Pickard, D2. Yes, Mr. Volkey, this is currently county-owned property, but the underlying zoning is actually R5, although it's sort of been in use as semi-commercial, sort of industrial. It's a perfect parcel for redevelopment, and we've been in conversation about that. But this just sort of prepares for further conversations down the road.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Thank you, Councilwoman Pickard, for that additional information. Mr. Barron, does the administration currently have plans to surplus this property?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 65.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Nay.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 65 is adopted.
I believe you mean 6 in the affirmative.
My goodness. Yes.
We're gonna have to take a stretch break at some point here.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Yes, amendment
All right,
number
let's
65.
get a little further on before we take a break, if that's okay with everybody. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 66.
Amendment number 66. This amendment changes a land use designation from mixed use to conservation for parcel 546 for a property located at 8601 Veterans Highway.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. As my colleagues have seen from the numerous emails in the past day and a half from residents in this area, this parcel has a history dating back to the planning of the I-97 interchange with Benfield Boulevard and land records. In addition to some environmental concerns, the Board of Appeals' recent opinion for parcel 546 was that this council decide on its use. I hope that the given history and the overwhelming support of this amendment within the community has gained the support of my colleagues this evening.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Persky.
Is there a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. This is the first of many LUCA or SR amendments coming forward. So I think I think it would be good for the administration to take a moment here and explain our position on these and make sure that we can continue to move efficiently this evening. So to be clear, staff in their analysis of every SR and LUCA went deep. You will see the administration has shared spreadsheets, had many conversations about all of these. And our position remains that unless we have found a mistake or new information has come to light, and there have been a few cases, the administration prefers to push these decisions to region planning and have the stakeholder advisory committee really take a hard look at each one. It provides the maximum amount of community input. With that, we won't repeat that comment over and over again this evening. We will, however, I will wave my flag a couple of times when we're particularly concerned about a change and can provide some additional context to the council. This amendment, we would prefer to have the decision made at, have the discussion had at region planning. Ms. Pompa, if you can just give us a couple of minutes on that process and sort of where the administration is, and hopefully we can take that standard response forward through most of these LUCAs and hopefully save us some time this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Barron. Christina Pompa with the Office of Planning and Zoning. I have been on the record in other meetings discussing how the staff came to its list of recommendations on privately submitted land use change requests, as well as the staff recommended changes. And if for anyone that's watching, page 115 in volume 2 has the criteria that was used. There are 9 criteria. 6 of them reference consistency with the development policy area, consistency with current zoning, consistency with the existing use of the property, consistency with the defined water or sewer service area, consistent with the Plan 2040 vision, consistent with prior zoning and or land use decisions. Another word similar to consistency, but not the same, compatibility with the surrounding planned use. And then also public benefit and public comments. So we tried to be consistent in our approach by using this criteria. And so for most of the amendments that have come forward, obviously the original staff recommendation for many of them was to review at the region plan process, and that we continue with that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Ms. Pompa, with respect to this particular LUCA, I'm looking at the criteria on page 115. So what is the current zoning on Luca 68 as it pertains to this portion in parcel 546.
Christina Pompa with the Office of Planning and Zoning. The larger parcel in Luca 68, the current zoning is C2, which is commercial office. And then the smaller parcel, which is parcel 308, the zoning is open space.
Okay, thank you. And my understanding on this is that we are going to change parcel 546 to conservation, which is the equivalent of your open space designation in the previous iteration of the GDP. Is that right?
Christina Pompa with the Office of Planning and Zoning. Mr. Volkey, I am going to make sure that I have the amendment open because I thought that parcel 546, which is the smaller parcel, yes, parcel 546 going to conservation, and parcel 308, which is the larger parcel, to mixed use. Although the staff recommendation for parcel 308 had been mixed use. We also had recommended mixed use for parcel 546.
Right, so that's that, Ms. Pompa, Nathan Volkey, District 3, that's the one I'm asking about, 546. I'm just trying to understand how going through this process that you all have here on page 115, that it was consistent with the current zoning to say that 546 should be changed from its current open space designation to a commercial designation. I'm just trying to understand how that was consistent with number 2 when you all looked at this, Luca. And I have a couple more questions about it, but that's the first one.
Sure. Christina Pompa with the Office of Planning and Zoning. The Office of Planning and Zoning original recommendation for both parcels in Luca 68 was for a mixed use.
Right. Okay. But the current zoning was open space for at least 546, parcel 546. I also was going to ask you, Nathan Volkey, District 3, about the existing use of the property. Did Planning and Zoning have an opportunity to review the easements on that property that have been recorded in the land records in considering this Luca and their recommendation?
Christina Pompa with the Office of Planning and Zoning. We did review the easements related to this parcel.
Okay, thank you. Nathan Volkey, District 3. And in reviewing
Mr.
those,
Volkey,
sorry.
we're not, may I remind you as chair, we are not litigating this issue here before the council. We need to make a vote. And so I ask you to please keep that in mind in asking your questions so we can move on. Do you have another question to ask?
Well, I just have, I guess, one last question that I would ask if I may, Madam Chair. Thank you. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Ms. Pompa, one of the other things in here was the consistency with prior zoning made by the decisions made by the council. My understanding is that parcel 546 has at least been since the 1980s zoned open space. Is that Planning and Zoning's understanding for that particular parcel as well?
Christina Pompa with the Office of Planning and Zoning. Cindy Carrier, could you please help me on how long that parcel has been zoned open space? I do not know the answer to that, Councilman.
Hi, yes, Cindy Carrier, Office of Planning and Zoning. I do not know how long that parcel has been zoned open space. I will say that both parcels are mixed use on the 2009 GDP land use, and our recommendation is to retain the existing 2009 GDP land use until region plan, where we can further discuss this. It's in a corridor area, and that was our reasoning.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions? Okay, thank you all. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 66.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 66 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 67.
Amendment number 67. This amendment adjusts the land use designation of low-density residential and maritime for properties located on 118 Cedar Court, 122 Cedar Court, and 213 Hollyberry Road.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Ms. Schultz. Oh, there it is. Sorry. So this SR really came from concerns within the community on the original recommendation for map line changes. This amendment just tweaks the land use lines so that the maritime land use that is located in the rear lots of the residential properties is corrected to be in line with the parcel lines of a majority of those parcels, but it retains the maritime designation for a wooded area of the parcel that abuts the existing marina. And I ask for your support this evening.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Hare, so moved.
Second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 67.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 67 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 68.
Amendment number 68. This amendment adds a recommendation for application number OOHR 12 that the Stakeholder Advisory Committee further discuss during its deliberations the land use designation of industrial for a property located at 1185 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So this amendment really speaks for itself. If you remember from our work session, the parcel to the north side of this parcel in question, there is residential land use, but to the east and south, it is industrial land use. I see the land use consistencies a little differently than noted by the Office of Planning and Zoning on this request. And after discussing the potential for industrial land use with those nearby residential lot owners and the owners of the property in question, I believe it's appropriate to encourage existing and ongoing productive discussions of this request during regional plans. And I ask for your support this evening.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Persky.
And a second?
Allison Pickard, D2, second.
Any discussion? Mr. Barron.
Just real quick, Madam Chair, we like this approach. Pete Barron with the administration, we like this approach. Appreciate the conversation with the councilwoman and we support.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 68.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 68 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 69.
Amendment number 69. This amendment changes a land use designation from maritime to split as low medium density residential and maritime for a portion of the property located on 368 North Drive.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. If you will remember from written testimony well in advance of this meeting here this evening from residents around this LUCA, there was an existing decision made at the Board of Appeals, and previous split land use decisions on this property because of the close proximity to an existing residential structure. I have spoken at length with the community members closest to this land use request and believe it is appropriate at this time to retain the split land use that is currently noted on the map.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
And a second?
Hare, second.
Any comments or discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call a roll on amendment number 69.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 69 is adopted.
Okay, and Madam Secretary, before we move on, I think given that it's 8 o'clock, it's a good time to take a 10-minute break. Is there a motion to recess for 10 minutes?
Motion to
So moved.
recess.
Second.
And there's a second. Great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, we will now recess for 10 minutes. See you back here at 8:10. Thank you, everyone.
Everyone, please turn off your video.
Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Hare,
Present.
Ms. Pickard,
Present.
Mr. Volkey,
Present.
Mr. Pruski,
Still here.
Ms. Fiedler,
Present.
Ms. Rodvian,
Present.
Ms. Lacy,
Present.
Michelle Bolera, County Auditor,
Present.
Linda Schuett, Legislative Counsel.
Present.
Madam Chair, everyone is present.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 70.
Amendment number 70. This amendment adds the development policy, this amendment amends the development policy areas maps included in Plan 2040 to add transit-oriented overlay areas to the Parole Town Center Growth Management Area.
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. So I hope this one is a no-brainer. This actually is already, a transit center is included in the Transportation Master Plan, Move Anne Arundel, and it would be in the Annapolis Parole area. We're already, this area is already a hub of a number of major, major thoroughfares, Route 50, 97. We're close to the Bay Bridge. You got to go through Route 50 to take any of the trains into, or to take the metro train into DC. So this just seems like a natural place to have it. There's already transit here, city buses from the city of Annapolis, and other things coming through the area. The Truman Park and Ride is also in this same area. So I hope my colleagues can get on board and support this amendment.
Okay, who wants to motion aboard?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Pruski.
And second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Thank you. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 70.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 70 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 71.
Amendment number 71. This amendment changes the land use designation of low density residential to commercial for property located on 954 Main Street, tax map 69, parcel 412.
Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. This is in Galesville, right on Main Street. It is the old volunteer fire station that is no longer being used as a fire station. In my meetings with various Galesville residents, I've heard about the desire to sort of create this local, vibrant Main Street area for the residents of Galesville. And low density residential right on this main street for the old fire station seems sort of like a misfit, essentially. There's not much you're going to do with the old fire station for a low density residential, but potentially some sort of an adaptive reuse for a bakery or an ice cream store or some other local place where residents can get together seems like a particularly great way to use the old fire station. So I spoke with some residents about this, and I hope everyone will support.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So
Motion
moved.
to adopt. Allison Pickard.
Second?
Rodvian, second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 71.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 71 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 72.
Amendment number 72. This amendment changes a land use designation from rural to low medium density residential for portions of a property located on 1091 Mount Zion Marlborough Road.
Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Ms. Schultz, could we put the map up that goes along with this? Thank you so much. We discussed this at the work session and I thought a map might be a little bit helpful. The black outline on this map was the subject of Luca 38. The portion that is inside what has been designated as the amendment area is a current mobile home park. There are about 500 mobile homes there. The existing zoning for the mobile home park currently is R5. The existing zoning for the remainder of the portions outside the amendment area is RA. Now, this mobile home park has been in the county for decades. And in fact, it was a non-conforming use. It had been granted special exception, but was a non-conforming use for density reasons up until the 2009 GDP and comp rezoning, when it was given R5, which then corrected that non-conforming use. Luca 38 requested that the entire area inside that black outline be changed to medium density residential, I believe. And I agree with planning and zoning that that's really not appropriate for the remainder of that parcel. There's really RA. I mean, you can see it's surrounded by RA predominantly. But at the same time, planning and zoning recommended that this area that's inside my amendment that is currently zoned R5 be classified as an RA land use designation. And I'm concerned with going and recreating that non-conforming use that was corrected, a decade ago, essentially. So at this point, what this amendment does is simply takes the area inside the amendment, that tan shaded area, and designates it as low, medium density residential, which is consistent with the existing use of the property and consistent with the existing R5 zoning. And then it keeps planning and zoning's recommendation for the remainder of the Luca to stay RA. So essentially, this gives them exactly what they already have and nothing more. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but with that, I hope you'll support the amendment.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. As I mentioned in a previous Luca amendment, the administration prefers to retain the staff recommendation until this could be looked more closely during region planning. This one is of particular interest to the administration, and I want to ask Ms. Pompa to speak a little bit about our concerns around amendment number 72.
Sure, thank you. Christina Pompa with the Office of Planning and Zoning. When we talk about the criteria on page 115 in volume 2, this is one of those sites where if you make one or two things consistent, you'll have other things that are inconsistent. There's no way to bring this grouping of parcels into consistency, mainly because if you make the land use consistent with the existing zoning and the existing use of the property, you make it inconsistent with the rural area and the priority preservation area that the property is in. So no matter what the decision is on this property, there will not be consistency. This property was rezoned in essence in a spot rezoning because there is no other similar zoning to this in that area. And that is one of the reasons that we recommended, that staff recommended that this be reviewed during the region plan process. In addition, mobile homes are allowed by special exception in all residential districts. And if the mobile home park use were to change on this property, we would really like to see the site revert back to a land use and corresponding zoning category that's appropriate for this policy area. Thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I suppose this question is for planning and zoning, but what is a consistent land use for this area then? Because it sounds like what I heard was you have two options on this property considering the mobile homes are there. You either have to force them to be non-conforming and continue that, or you have to do an inconsistent zoning change. So what would be a consistent zoning change here?
Sorry, Christina Pompa with the Office of Planning and Zoning. The staff recommendation had been rural land use for this property. consistent with the development policy area, and the priority preservation area.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So it's the preference of planning and zoning to continue to have this mobile home community be a non-conforming, basically, use in a rural zone district because they're clearly more dense than what the underlying zoning is allowing. I just want to understand what the preference of OPZ is on this particular property.
Christina Pompa with the Office of Planning and Zoning. Currently, the existing use on the ground is not inconsistent with the existing zoning because the existing zoning is R5. Our position is that if at a future time the mobile home park were to change use, we would want this to revert into a more rural use consistent with the land use and the development policy area.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I want to reiterate, I think the special exception for this particular mobile home park was granted, was it in the 80s, the 70s? I mean, this park has been here for decades. So in terms of what might happen in the park going away and reverting, I just want to reiterate how long this park has been here for and how long I think it will likely continue to be here for anyone who's not particularly familiar with this site.
Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. A special exception follows the land. So as long as the use is not abandoned for a year, it can continue irrespective of what the zoning changes are made.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 72.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 72 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 73.
Amendment number 73. This amendment modifies policy NE 4.2 under planning for the natural environment to state a policy of incentivizing the reduction of impervious surfaces during development.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We discussed this at work session last week. The language revisions to existing policy and strategies to include development projects with redevelopment projects for promotion of policies that lead to the reduction of impervious surfaces. And this amendment to this policy also makes strategy language broader and less specific, changing wording to review policies instead of establishing, governing policies that govern impervious surface limits in each zoning district. So this sort of harkens back to some of the conversations we've had about this being a general plan and allowing broader debate about policies when we take implementation up through legislation.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Councilman Pruski, motion to adopt.
And a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Any discussion? Mr. Barron?
Just real quick, Madam Chair, Pete Barron with the administration. I want to thank the sponsor for working with us. We support this amendment.
Any questions or discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 73.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 73 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 74.
Amendment number 74. This amendment adds policy NE 4.7 to planning for the natural environment to adjust stormwater fees to encourage reduction of impervious surface.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. This amendment really goes hand in hand with the one we just heard. And it suggests that we should look at stormwater fees as a mechanism to reduce the amount of impervious surface with new development and redevelopment and existing development where there is possible opportunity to change to pervious surface.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
And a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Thank you. Any discussion? Or I see two flags, but I don't know whether Mr. Barron, did the administration want to comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. Very quickly, we have no objection to this amendment.
That was very quick. Okay, I think Mr. Volkey may have had his flag up first, but if not, he'll tell me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I just want to understand when we use the term adjust current stormwater fees, first, I want to clarify two things. One, when we're referring to stormwater fees, are we referring to the current stormwater fee that we are collecting in the county related to our MS4 permit? That's my first question. And number two, when we say adjust, is there any expectation that the fees will go down for anyone, or is this entirely an upward adjustment?
So I think I've been thinking about this question because one of your colleagues asked a similar question earlier today. I think this could be an opportunity for fees to go down if a property owner found new ways to add pervious surface to their property, to their development. So I think it could go in either way.
Now, Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I think that kind of really actually answers my question, which was, would this contemplate sort of giving a credit or a lowering of a fee if someone is taking, I mean, I do enjoy incentives. I think incentives are a great thing. And so if we are trying to incentivize someone by saying, hey, if you pull up that impervious, or if instead of doing impervious, you put this type of pervious surface instead, we will actually lower your fee. If that's something that is intended to be conveyed by this amendment, that's helpful.
Yeah, I think this could go either way, depending on, obviously, we've got to meet our requirements for the state, but, depending on where we're at, this, you could use this as in sticks or carrots.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. This may be a question for Office of Law, but is there any issue with the way that we currently do the stormwater fee, or what's colloquially sometimes called the rain tax? Is there any problem with having that fee collected differently, or incentivizing certain things, or telling owners, that if they have some, change to their impervious surface to where there's more pervious, that they get a credit or something? Do we anticipate any problems with that? Because as I understand it now, that fee is pretty consistent across the board, depending on sort of what your property is what type of property you have.
Ms. Blair Klausmeyer, I'm not sure if you're raising your hand. Or Ms. Kenny, go ahead.
Kelly Kenny, Supervising County Attorney. On the way that the law is written, it would actually allow for credits to be given. There is a provision in Article 13 that allows credits for certain impervious reductions or other stormwater management devices that are on a property. So the law would allow for that.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I had a conversation earlier today with the sponsor on this amendment, and I understand the intent behind it. What gives me pause is that it could go either way. And my concern is that it would have unintended effects just with how specific the language is. So I was very comfortable with the language in Ms. Pickard's amendment. This one gives me a little concern, but I understand what the intent was. So thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point regarding all strategies in the GDP. They are just strategies that still require a lot of review and contemplation and then legislation. So just wanted to remind my colleagues of that, one of those amendments we passed a long time ago.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 74.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Nay.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. Amendment number 74 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 75.
Amendment number 75. This amendment adds policy BE 10.3 of planning for the built environment to consider incentives for projects that provide contributions to public transportation infrastructure.
Ms. Hare? Ms. Hare?
Sorry, my mute button was not working. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. We've talked a lot about transportation overall as something in the county, and it struck me that this was sort of a goal that wasn't expressly stated, or a policy that wasn't expressly stated, at least not as well as I think it could have been in the GDP. There's a lot of Route 3 corridor, Route 2. There's a lot of areas where I think additional contributions to public transportation could go a long way. And I think we should explore whatever incentives we can, whether it be expedited permit review or something like that, for those folks who are going to make this meaningful difference in infrastructure.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Second, Councilman Persky.
Would the administration like to comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. The administration supports this amendment. We think it's a good amendment.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 75.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 75 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 76.
Amendment number 76. This amendment adds an implementation strategy for goal BE 13 and policy BE 13.2 of planning for the built environment to retain an independent consultant to review redevelopment zoning code barriers.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allison Pickard, D2. This is an amendment to the built environment policy. That's a strategy. So just want to remind everybody, it's just a strategy, but to give the county the opportunity to hire or retain outside consultant to bring in some objectivity to some of our challenging barriers to land use and redevelopment. So again, just strategy, not bringing a budget item forward, as I can't do that, but I think I've seen other jurisdictions utilize consultants in a very positive way to create, to inform zoning code changes.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Persky.
And a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Would the administration like to comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. I think Councilwoman Pickard hit the nail on the head. This is something that's worth looking at. In the end, the council is the final fiscal authority. So if there was a proposal that would cost money, the council would have a say on it.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Ms. Pickard, it was like you were reading my mind when you were making those comments. But I did have a question for planning and zoning if there is, because this is a short-term goal. So to me, that means that's something that we're looking at implementing sooner rather than later. And knowing that there are a number of studies already ongoing that have been funded in the last 2 budgets on a variety of things, and the costs of those planning or those consultant reviews, I guess, does OPZ have any idea what it would cost to do some kind of a report like this? Because these strategies, while I agree they are just strategies, do have a surprising habit of popping up in the budget.
So Steve Kazigler, Planning and Zoning Officer. I hadn't contemplated that question. I'm going to say I'm kind of shooting from the hip here a bit, but my guess would be somewhere between 50 and 125,000. What I would say is if the council passes this amendment, my perspective would be I would ask for the money in the next round of budget cycles for next year. I can't guarantee it'll be up to the administration and the council as to whether or not to fund it.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as just as a point of clarification, the short-term goals have a lifespan of 0 to 5 years. And as we get into region planning, and certainly some of the, hopefully seeing the effects of the Glen Burnie Sustainable Overlay that focuses on redevelopment and revitalization with our implementation task force and such. I mean, my thought is if we don't see as much movement in redevelopment as we would like, we may need to bring in outside expertise on what would be helpful in breaking down those barriers vis-a-vis either zoning changes and or incentive packages that will be a catalyst to what we're already doing for redevelopment. So I'm not asking for any sort of dollar amount this year, next year, or the year after, but thought it would be a good thing to stick in the GDP for the next 5 years.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Councilwoman Pickard, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Kizigler, when you said for the next budget, were you talking about the budget that the county exec will introduce later this month, or are you talking about next year's budget? So basically the final budget that this council will touch.
Steve Kizigler, Planning and Zoning Officer, not the current budget that the county executive is moving to the council. It would have to be the following year, would be the earliest.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 76.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 76 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 77.
Amendment number 77. This amendment alters language in the policy and adds implementation strategies for goal BE13 and policy BE13.3 of planning for the built environment to create an advisory group and section to facilitate redevelopment projects within the county.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm putting on my redevelopment crown for all of my redevelopment amendments right now. This amendment includes new strategies to create a redevelopment advisory group, as was stated, with county and private sector experts to retain an independent consultant to evaluate or perform a development capacity analysis, as well as a new section in OPZ that's dedicated to redevelopment projects. As we have talked about last week in the work session, there's a lot of emphasis on redevelopment in Plan 2040, and I am committed to seeing redevelopment bring about positive impacts in certain older areas of the county, and I want to make sure that it happens. So I think an advisory group could be extremely useful as we engage all stakeholders, including those folks who would be doing the redevelopment. So these are strategies, a policy and new strategies added to the policy BE 13.3, and I would appreciate support from my colleagues.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Pruski.
And a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
And does the administration have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to add. We support.
Thank you. Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Again, this question may be for Office of Planning and Zoning, but there are two components to this amendment that I'm curious about the fiscal cost. The first is the idea of retaining an independent consultant to perform a development capacity analysis. The second is this idea of creating a new section within OPZ to review redevelopment processes. So I guess the first question as to the study or the consultant would be, what do we expect that will cost? And the second is, do you have existing staff in OPZ who could do this work already that you could shift over, or do you anticipate you would need more staff in OPZ to facilitate this strategy?
So Steve Kizigler, Planning and Zoning Officer. On the first question, I really can't come up with an estimate of what the study would cost. In terms of the second question, it may require a request for additional staff. I can't really confirm that at this point. Whenever you move people into spending more time doing something new, it creates gaps in the positions that they left or in the work that they did. This would have to be something we would analyze if the council was so inclined to move ahead with the amendment. Certainly, if you pass it, we would do everything we could to accommodate the position you took.
Any other questions from anybody? Give our brains a chance to catch up. Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 77.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 77 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 78.
Amendment number 78. This amendment adds policy BE 13.6 of planning for the built environment to encourage redevelopment of gray fields and brown fields properties through incentives to meet community needs.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. We saw a great example of this. We've seen a couple of them actually. Once in Annapolis with the solar panels on a brownfield, and then again just recently, this council approved a lease to do the same thing on a landfill. This just puts that in the GDP as a goal policy to promote and encourage that type of redevelopment on those otherwise really unusable plots of land, and kind of let's get creative with it. So with that, I hope you all support.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Second.
Second, Councilman Persky.
Thank you. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. We really like this amendment. The administration is putting a lot of energy into being creative. We like this amendment a lot, and we think it's a good thing to include in the document.
Any comments, discussion, questions? Statements of support? Statements of opposition? Just kidding. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 78.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
An enthusiastic aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 78 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 79.
Amendment number 79. This amendment adds an appendix to Plan 2040 that organizes certain county master plans, programs, and initiatives related to land use by the office or department responsible, important dates, requirements for public outreach, and any need for council approval.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So there are several pages that have the various plans and programs that are pieces of the land use pie. But there is not information on the renewal or update of each of those, which departments are involved, if they come before the council, or if they have public input. members of the community reached out to me and felt that this was an important piece of missing information. This amendment adds it so that in the appendix, it will better serve the regional stakeholders in their planning advisory committee. And I ask for your support this evening.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Hare, so moved.
In a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Thank you. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration really likes this amendment. It's a fantastic amendment. We support.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 79.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 79 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do you have to read amendment number 80 before it can be moved upon by Ms. Hare? No. Okay. Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. At this time, I'd like to withdraw amendment number 80.
So noted. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 81.
Amendment number 81. This amendment adds provisions in Plan 2040 to change the name of the open space land use designation to parks and open space, changes the types of land within the land use designation conservation to platted floodplains, easements, and other preservation areas, and adds all public parks and privately owned areas that provide active and passive recreational amenities into the land use designation of parks and open space.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. As everyone on the council is well aware, this issue has generated a fair amount of discussion. I'm going to ask Ms. Rhodes to speak on this if she can, and I believe Ms. Matthews from Rec and Parks is here as well.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. The administration understands the debate that has bubbled up around these land use designations for our existing park lands and the concern that these designations could shortcut the entire community and stakeholder-driven process to plan future park amenities, whether those amenities are preserved open space, passive recreation, or active recreation. This amendment removes that debate by placing all parks in the land use categories and noting that process. I'll turn it over to Erica Matthews from Parks and Recreation to explain.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the other members of the council. I am Erica Matthews with the Department of Recreation and Parks. The Department of Recreation and Parks has been working with OPZ and others to better clarify and define the land use categories for the park land that the department manages. The department supports Amendment 81. The characteristics of the land should be the determining factor when designation is applied in the Plan 2040 GDP. Changing it based on funding may create conflicts where easements dictate the use and development of the park. Grouping the parks into one category is helpful in clearing up some of the misconceptions that park development and access are restricted based upon its designation of conservation, or that a park in open space circumvents the development process. I want to touch on 3 ideas very quickly: park access, park development, and program open space. Public parks and managed open spaces, regardless of funding source and designation, provide public access to a mixture of preserved natural areas, passive and recreational amenities. In the initial version, the conservation area designation did not preclude the county from developing a park to provide access and related amenities such as parking and bathrooms. However, access does not mean 24-hour, 7-day access to the parks. The parks have hours and operational schedules similar to other governmental buildings. Access to a park is determined at an operations level and should not be discussed as part of the discussion on land use. If more access is required, the department welcomes the feedback, but in a different form. The second item is development. The definition does not impact the development process. The designation of land use in Plan 2040 does not prohibit the creation of passive or active recreation and related amenities on a parcel. The specific park amenity decisions will be informed by the LPRP, the master plan process, stakeholders, and community involvement activities. The department would like the flexibility to develop the parks as needed and for what makes sense for the park system and the community. Lastly, there has been some discussion on the use of program open space funding to acquire and develop land. This funding allows us to buy and develop land for the purposes of conservation or active recreation. The only requirement is that we provide access, which we do. Other funding sources do include restrictions on the type of development that occurs in the park. Again, the development is sorted out at the development stage, and this amendment has no bearing on that future and on the funding source. By moving the parks into a single category, it affords the department and the community to develop the park based on the needs of the park system, and it allows us the opportunity to develop the park in concert with the park's future. This amendment does not impact the future comprehensive rezoning efforts, as the zoning would remain the same, open space. This definition would be consistent with our LPPRP, Greenway infrastructure, and state grant applications. Again, we support the amendment.
Thank you. I think Ms. Hare. Actually, hang on a second. Did we move to adopt? I forget. Someone remind me.
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Councilman Persky.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Ms. Matthews, thank you so much. I think your comments were incredibly helpful. But I guess then, based on all of your comments, I thought it was very helpful in the general development plan as it was written initially by Planning and Zoning to have this definition of conservation calling out the passive uses, you know, swimming, fishing, hiking, walking, etc., versus the definition in open space of the more active recreation like golf courses and ball fields. Part of me almost wonders if some of the confusion might have been avoided if rather than calling it open space and conservation, we called it open space and open conservation. And maybe that would then convey the accessibility part to everyone. So I'm stuck sort of wondering if we had designated these parks as conservation or open space based entirely on their planned active or passive recreation uses, and now we're lumping them all back together, we're going to then have to separate them again later on into what's going to get active and what's going to get passive uses anyway. So it sort of feels like we're trying to put toothpaste back into the tube, only to then have this same conversation a couple of months or years from now in the regional plan. And if the regional plan is going to consider it anyways, I'm just sort of stuck thinking that this amendment creates more work when we had two good definitions to start with. If we are just making it very, very expressly clear that whether it is conservation or open space, it is open for all residents to enjoy. And I'm not sure if you can speak to that, but I guess I look at Beverly Triton in District 7 as the perfect example of this. It is designated as conservation currently and in Plan 2040. And this council has appropriated millions of dollars for improvements to that park to help with additional water access, et cetera, including more parking spaces and bathrooms and things like that. And so clearly the designation as conservation doesn't limit that accessibility piece. And so I don't see the need for this amendment. I see the need to really convey the message that conservation and open space are both open.
Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. I thought this amendment was great because looking at the word conservation and knowing that it relates to floodplain and sensitive areas, those are areas that you want to conserve, where parks and open space could be passive and active spaces. So to me, it eliminates the confusion because you'll know that conservation means you're conserving those critical assets. And like Erica had mentioned, the LPPRP is going to determine, what can happen on a park with this robust community engagement into that planning process. I believe this amendment separates and clarifies by indicating conservation is for those sensitive areas, parks and open spaces for the passive and active areas, and the state and federal regulations will still be in place to ensure that those sensitive areas are protected.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allison Pickard, District 2. I want to take a minute to thank Deputy Rec and Parks Director Jessica Lays for spending a good bit of time with me on the phone regarding this issue, which the Plan 2040 as drafted did cause a pretty big uproar regarding parks. I think this amendment is just beautifully drafted, especially when we're talking about the language about recreational sites. But mostly this definition would be more consistent with the LPPRP Greenway Infrastructure and state grant application. So as soon as Ms. Lay started talking about funding sources for our parks, the state is a big contributor to funding for our parks, and making sure that consistency with those documents that are required for state funding. It also clarifies for the public that parks are parks, whether they're active or passive. And I think the confusion that has come up with many constituents across the county, I think this amendment really seals the deal and clarifies everything takes care of all of it. So I am in big support. I'd vote twice if I could.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. You know, we talk a lot about how words matter, and I agree that they do matter most of the time. But in this plan, to what extent, if this amendment passes or fails, does it change what's actually happening in the land use document, in the land use map? What's the practical impact of this passing or failing?
Madam Chair, Pete Barron, I'm not sure, I think that was directed to the world, Councilman Volkey. So I'm going to ask Ms. Rhodes or maybe Ms. Pompa to weigh in real quick.
Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. Irrespective if it passes or fails, like Ms. Matthews indicated, the master plan with community involvement is going to determine the outcome. So we wanted to distinguish the open space from the conservation and the plan as initially written to remove that confusion, to say that conservation means exactly what it means, to conserve those sensitive areas, and parks and open space is for those passive, active areas that are managed by Recreation and Parks, that the community would still be engaged in that process.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Rhodes, as Mr. Barron said, it did kind of seem directed to the world, but I'm very glad you took it because I was hoping that you could answer it. You seemed like the right person. It sounds to me like the practical answer is there is no impact. The master plan governs. Whether it passes or it fails, it's the same difference, basically. Am I fairly categorizing or summarizing that?
Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. Yes, you are categorizing that correctly. The master plan will prevail.
Pete Barron with the administration. I think something Councilwoman Hare mentioned, I think is very important, Councilman Volkey, and that is how the public views what is in this document. And we believe our amendment helps clarify some issues that arose from how the plan originally stated this. So hopefully the important thing that is accomplished by this amendment is the public better grasp the process and what is important in making these decisions.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Thank you to everyone who put a huge amount of effort into this. I know I have asked a lot of questions about conservation versus open space, and I appreciate that. I'm not going to support the amendment only because at this point I feel like it makes things more confusing, at least from the way that I see it. But I don't mean that to suggest any malintent by anyone. I'm grateful for everyone's sort of work to try and make it clearer. But given Ms. Rhodes's comments about the practical impact, and given Ms. Matthews' comments about the accessibility for all, and given that I think designating the passive versus active uses can be very helpful in the land use categories in general, I prefer the way planning and zoning had designated it initially, and I think that it works for this GDP.
Are there any other comments? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 81.
Ms. Hare.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 81 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 82.
Amendment number 82. This amendment changes the land use designation of open space to conservation for a property located on 4150 Honeysuckle Drive, tax map 61, grid 19, parcel 4, and known as Mayo Beach Park.
Thank you. Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. This was initially an amendment that we had discussed at the work session to designate Mayo Beach Park as conservation, again, not from an accessibility standpoint, but purely because the master plan for Mayo Beach Park shows passive recreation, and it seemed to fit with that particular category. Given the passing of amendment number 81, I believe at this point, amendment number 82 is moot. And so I think it needs to just be withdrawn at this point.
Madam Secretary, please note that amendment number 82 is withdrawn. And when you're ready, please read amendment number 83.
Amendment number 83. This amendment adds language to policy NE 2.1A under planning for the natural environment to include reports of tree planting and forest conservation accomplished through county and state funded land preservation programs annually.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a simple amendment that just expands what we currently track regarding forest conservation, just for better data collection and policy making in the future. So I urge your support. Thanks.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Pruski.
And a second?
Allison Pickard.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. Want to thank the sponsor for the discussion on this issue and working with the administration. We support. We think this is a good approach and a minor change to our existing policy, and it's a good way to keep the discussion going.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 83.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 83 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 84.
Amendment number 84. This amendment adds implementation strategies for goal BE5 and policy BE5.1 of planning for the built environment to review zoning designations and evaluate options to promote efficient land use and development in targeted development, redevelopment, and revitalization areas.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, putting on my redevelopment crown. This amendment just adds 2 strategies on how we look at structured parking to promote efficient land use, as well as again review zoning designations to facilitate quality development when we're looking at redevelopment in our targeted areas. So simple strategies, just adding more tools to the toolbox, our favorite line there. So I urge your support.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Persky.
Fiedler, second.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration supports.
Any discussion?
These are my last amendments. Allison Pickard, D2.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 84.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 84 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 85.
Amendment number 85. This amendment changes a land use designation from low medium density residential to maritime for a property located on 142 Mirable Way.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. This is the land use change that you have heard quite a bit of testimony about the past few meetings related to the Piera property in Pasadena. So I've had the opportunity to talk with the landowners. I've had the opportunity to speak with some of my predecessors on the council and why certain things were done in years past. I've had an opportunity to review the property. I've had an opportunity to visit the property. Ultimately, and I'm taking a moment to put this on the record because I want it to be clear, one of the things that I found so frustrating as a council member this iteration of the GDP is that there's not always a lot of public information or public minutes from the meetings to indicate why members voted certain ways. So this property has actually been recommended by the Office of Planning and Zoning in the last 2 rounds of the GDP to be changed to maritime land use. Amazingly, I actually have seen letters from the past 2 rounds where the OPZ recommended this be changed to maritime. In both of those previous iterations of the GDP, the council person changed the land use to actually make it so that it was not a maritime use, it was a residential. I actually said the last 2, and I said that mistakenly. What I'm referring to is really the 09 GDP and then comprehensive rezoning after that. So I want to be clear, that was a little confusing. With that being said, I do think it is appropriate to change the land use here for this area based on the representations that have been made by the owner as to how they intend to use the property. Specifically, and I want to note this for the record, I am supporting this change as it pertains to a request to subsequently rezone this property to MA2. I will not be supportive of any change to rezone this property to MB. I recognize that we're not in comprehensive rezoning, but I want to be very clear on the record what my understanding is about this property and what the owner is intending to do with the property. I further am comfortable with this because the owner has made it very clear that they're not intending to add slips or open up these amenities that they would like to add to the outside community. Therefore, they are not intending to increase the traffic that is already going to the property. They are instead intending only to allow this as an amenity to the existing people who are members of the marina to use as an amenity as part of their membership. So I want to be clear about those particular premises, which are leading to the conclusion that I'm reaching, because if any of those premises change, then at that point, it would very likely change how I feel about this use and this change. With that being said, I do think it makes sense for the area, and I am supportive of this land use change. So I just wanted to be very clear on the record and lay all of that out so that if anyone comes back in the future and wants to understand why I took this position or made this decision, they could very clearly see what my thought process was. Thank you.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Persky.
Is there a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Barron, I'm not sure how much talking about this land use change you want to do. It was earlier. If you want to repeat your statement, remind everybody what the administration's positions or language are. That's fine.
Nothing specific on this particular decision. However, the administration still prefers to stand by the process and procedure we used in coming to the recommendations in the GDP and prefer that further discussion be had in region planning.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 85.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Oh, sorry, aye.
Thank you. 7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 85 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 86.
Amendment number 86. This amendment changes a land use designation from low-density residential to industrial for properties located on 211 and 217 Ember Drive.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So again, I'll give a hopefully briefer statement about this amendment, but I did also have an opportunity to go out and view this property, to take a look at it and to review the history. I also had an opportunity to review what the Planning Advisory Board did with this property, and they actually did make a recommendation that this property be changed in the land use classification from low density residential to industrial, which is consistent with the property and the surrounding properties there. This property is part of a series of parcels all in one area that had a variety of different land use classifications in the 2009 GDP. In this iteration of the GDP, the majority of those parcels have all been changed to an industrial zoning, save for 3 parcels, which are the subject of this PABR1 change. I have gone out and reviewed it. Again, there is a home there. However, it's my understanding that no one is residing in the home. It's not being used as a residence at this point, and it does abut and is completely in the middle of a basically fully industrial area. In my opinion, it's not consistent with the land use at this time in that area. And so for that reason, I am supportive of this change.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Second, Volkey.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 86.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 86 is adopted.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to make a motion to hear amendments numbered 87 through 106 as a block. Is there a second?
Rodvian, second.
Thank you. I don't remember whether this is a discussable motion, but I think we can just go ahead and call the roll on it.
Yes. Do you want to, you stated your motion, so I will call the roll. Ms. Hare.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Nay.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. The motion to vote on amendments number 87 through 106 as a block is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you remind me, do we need to also do a motion to adopt all of those separately, or do you read them first and then we do a motion to adopt?
That I have to read all of the descriptions in, and then you're going to do a motion to adopt all of those as a block, I believe, but our parliamentarian is here.
Yep. Well, Madam Secretary, please read in the descriptions for amendments numbered 87 through 106.
Okay. Amendment number 87. This amendment changes the land use designation of commercial to industrial for property located at 841 Hammonds Ferry Road North and an adjacent parcel. Amendment number 88. This amendment changes a land use designation from low medium density residential to high density residential for a property located on 519 Coke Road. Amendment number 89. This amendment changes a land use designation from low medium density residential to commercial for two adjacent parcels located on Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard. Amendment number 90. This amendment changes a land use designation from mixed use to commercial for certain properties located on Bell Grove Road. Amendment number 91. This amendment restores existing land use designations of commercial and low medium density residential for certain properties located on the 400, 500, and 600 blocks of Camp Mead Road, 541 and 551 First Street, Shipley Court, Benton Road, and 205 Benton Avenue. Amendment number 92. This amendment removes White Avenue, Maryland Avenue, Linthicum, tax map 4, parcel 111, lots 36 through 42 and 50 from the critical economic policy area and places it in the neighborhood preservation policy area, and changes the land use designation from mixed use to industrial and low density residential. Amendment number 93. This amendment changes a land use designation from low medium density residential to medium density residential for a property located on 201 Packard Avenue. Amendment number 94. This amendment changes a land use designation from low medium density residential to high density residential for a property located on 99 Shelley Road. Amendment number 95. This amendment removes PT Reserved Parcel 3, Baltimore 21240, tax map 9, parcel 118 from the transit-oriented overlay area of the development policy area maps and changes the land use designation from mixed use to industrial. Amendment number 96. This amendment retains a land use designation of industrial for Luca 37, 1718 Dorsey Road, retains mixed use, industrial, and commercial for SR 13 areas of Dorsey Road, Forest Avenue, O'Connor Drive, and Ohio Avenue, and provides that feasibility of walkable transit-oriented development for SR 13 should be studied in the region planning. Amendment number 97. This amendment removes 1741 Dorsey Road from the transit-oriented overlay area on the development policy areas maps. Amendment number 98. This amendment changes a land use designation from industrial to high density residential for a property located on 1460 Dorsey Road. Amendment number 99. This amendment changes a land use designation from low density residential to low medium density residential for a property located on 1962 Fields Road. Amendment number 100. This amendment changes a land use designation from low density residential to commercial for a property on tax map 13, parcel 62, located on Race Road. Amendment number 101. This amendment changes a land use designation from commercial low density residential to commercial industrial for certain properties located on Jessup Road. Amendment number 102. This amendment changes a land use designation from commercial low density residential to industrial for a property located on 2893 Jessup Road. Amendment number 103. This amendment changes a land use designation from commercial low density residential to industrial for a property located on 2895 Jessup Road to be consistent with a zoning change. Amendment number 104. This amendment changes a land use designation from commercial to low medium density residential for certain properties located on Brock Bridge Road. Amendment number 105. This amendment changes the land use designation of commercial to medium-density residential for a property located on Brock Bridge Road between the areas labeled SR 28 and SR 29. Amendment number 106. This amendment changes a land use designation from industrial to medium-density residential for properties located on 7872, 7878, 7880, and 7888 Brock Bridge Road.
Phew, Madam Secretary, take a great big breath. Thank you. Okay, I will just give a brief overview of all of these amendments. They fall into a few groupings, but at the 30,000 foot level, everyone was able to see from the appendices in the draft Plan 2040 that District 1 had the most land use change applications and requests. It also had by far the most staff requests or staff recommendations, excuse me. And it did have some CCs, consistency changes that I scrutinized. And one of them was actually a very important change to make, which was amendment number 105. It's worded strangely because that's the one that's sandwiched between a staff recommendation 28 and staff recommendation 29. On the original map, it had a CC 18 there. It had to be worded differently because CC 18 would imply the same category that is used across all the districts, but that was not the case, and that land is already designated and being developed for the Brock Bridge Landing affordable housing project. So as to those areas of Brock Bridge Road, I wanted to first make sure that the land use map would accurately reflect that project that we know is going in, and to then place some residential low medium density on one side and medium density on the other side, so that that project is not just out there alone and isolated on Brock Bridge Road. I don't think that's a good policy. And so that's what I recommended. And then there are a few other changes along Jessup Road, which is 175. It's historically also called Jessup Road, where there's a lot of tension between residents who want everything to stay the same and residents who perhaps no longer want to live alongside a very busy highway at this point, and where there's rapid development and change, and there's pressure that is here now, whether or not anybody right now would have made a different decision. But we have the National Business Park, which is a huge investment and economic touchstone in the county that is right next to these properties. So there's a lot of demand for more housing. There's demand for more amenities nearby, so that people don't have to drive very far to go to a Panera or to whatever their favorite small restaurants or retail are, or a gym or that kind of thing. So several of the LUCAs related to that, and the idea that there should be more commercial or small business. And as I mentioned earlier, this is where the small business zoning came in. When at the beginning of this plan, we did not have a small business land use anymore. Everything was automatically commercial. And I've left it that way, knowing that at the region plan level, all of that can be refined. But I did decide to side with the landowners whose property is directly on 175, and they support there being a transition to some sort of planned, commercial or light industrial use like W1, not anything more intense than that. But it does need to be part of a coordinated overall plan, and there does need to be essentially a line drawn where that development does not extend further west on 175 to preserve what is still viable residential character in that area. And then the third major category of amendments that I have here are they're related to transit-oriented development for the most part. My district is the district that has access to the Savage Mark Station, the Dorsey Mark Station, the Cromwell Light Rail Stop, the North Linthicum Light Rail Stop, and the Linthicum Light Rail Stop. And those all have potential TOD around them, but they can't be painted with the same brush. You have to look very closely at the specifics of those neighborhoods, which is what I've done. And I worked with OPZ on tweaking the maps for some of the staff recommended transit-oriented development to better fit with the neighborhood. Others, I agree with the full scope that they had. And so my intent was to bring, local elected representatives' eye to each of these changes. And, I appreciate everyone's patience as far as when they came into the process. It took a long time to go through all of that. And so with that, I ask for your support. I suppose at this point we have to do a motion to adopt, which I can make, but it gets a little bit awkward.
Motion to adopt, Councilman Peruski.
And a second.
Second, Allison Pickard.
Thank you. Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. I want to sort of reiterate the administration's concerns with changes to LUCAs and RSRs. So our refrain that you have heard several times around our opposition to those remains in force. However, I do want to point out, we did look at each and every one of these very closely, and the administration is comfortable with the changes suggested in Amendment 87, 105, and 106. But in everything else, our concerns remain the same and think that it should be discussed in region planning. I think I caught all of them in that block.
Thank you. Any discussion, Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So just in general, when talking about this legislation for several years coming, I've often said it's the single most important piece of legislation that this council will work on. And just as a matter of transparency for me personally, I'm not comfortable with the blocking of all of these amendments. There were some that I did understand and was supportive of. There were others that I was not. But in blocking this, that individual discussion and voting on them is no longer an option. So for that reason, I will be voting against this block of amendments.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I struggle with the block a little bit also because I find the individual conversation on each amendment helpful. But so I'm wondering, in looking at these amendments, if you can help me understand a little bit in more detail, LUCA 177 and LUCA 10, because when I look at those, for example, LUCA 10 is really surrounded on the side of the road where it sits. It's surrounded by low density residential. LUCA 177 has a bit of a mix, but it really is in a sea of low density residential. And I'm wondering if you can help me out with your rationale on those.
I certainly can. LUCA 177 is a parcel that is currently in low density residential in Jessup. It's slightly set back from 175, but it adjoins a road called Race Road, and we have a capital project to realign that road. The way the realignment will go, it will bisect that property, and it will then adjoin what we expect to be commercial uses. So in the layout of the area, and especially here where I live and I drive all the time, you know, to me, that makes sense. And commercial is what what was requested. And so I agree with that request. Your other question was Luca 10, which is Luca 10 is 1962 Fields Road. The request was for low medium density residential, and the staff recommendation is for low density residential. I know the Fields, and I understand they're essentially selling the farm to have their property developed into homes, which many people before them have done, many people after them will do. And there's there's medium density housing just across the road from where they are. There's a lot of density in that area because it leads right up to Arundel Mills Mall and has some mixed use employment buildings around that area also. So I think it's a good place to support a little bit more density, and that's so I wanted to support what the landowner wanted there. Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. This is really more a comment than a question, but as I have combed through my colleagues' amendments here, one of the things I really appreciate is her willingness and finding good opportunities and sensible opportunities to add density to a part of the county that already has a lot of transportation infrastructure, and also in a fashion that recognizes the enormous need for housing in this county. I think I've maybe mentioned it before, but I'm going to mention it again. There are over 26,000 families on wait lists for affordable housing or subsidized housing in the county, and that represents over 60,000 people. That's roughly 10% of the population of Anne Arundel County. And I hear people say sometimes, oh, they should just live someplace else, find someplace more affordable. Well, that's really not a fair thing to say. Those people reflect our neighbors. They're people that have family roots here. They're people that work in our community, and they're our neighbors. And I think we should make sure that, families that have roots here and work here and are part of our community have every opportunity to stay. So I just really want to just say thank you to my colleague for finding ways to, develop more desperately needed housing in Anne Arundel County.
Thank you. Ms. Hare.
Thank you. Jessica Hare, District 7. Certainly, I appreciate all the hard work that you've put into these, and many of these I think make a lot of sense. There's a couple here that I struggle with just from various testimony and emails that I've seen. I really wish we were not voting on these as a block, just because, like I said, there are a number here that I would like to support. But I struggle when they're all blocked together like this to support the entire group. That's all.
Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the block of amendments numbered 87 through 106.
Ms. Hare.
Nay.
Ms. Perry.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Nay.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment numbers 87 through 106 are adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 107.
Amendment number 107. This amendment requires the membership of each stakeholder advisory committee to reflect the ethnic and minority diversity of the residents and regions that committees represent.
Thank you. I'm the sponsor of this amendment, and I think it is pretty self-explanatory. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Persky.
there a
Second,
second?
Councilman Pickard.
Thank you. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Pete Barron with the administration. Appreciate this amendment. We support.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So I am just trying to look at the region plans and sort of understand how this is going to work. For instance, Region 4, which is where a good portion of my district is located, along with Councilwoman Fiedler's district, that is, to my knowledge, probably a close to 80 or 90% Caucasian district. If we have a lot of qualified people who are minority applicants who want to participate in the region committees and they want to sign up, it seems to me that if this amendment is passed, that we will have to overlook qualified minority candidates who could go on the regional committees to take a majority, actually a huge majority of people who are Caucasian based on this amendment. So I just want to make sure that I understand the intent of the amendment, and that in particular regions like, Region 8, Region 9, they may face the same situation where you may have a lot of qualified candidates who are not necessarily of whatever the majority race may be, but to the extent that they do not reflect the racial and ethnic diversity of the area, right, is that going to be a problem in terms of who's allowed to be selected? So I'm trying to understand that with this amendment.
Sure. Sarah Lacey, District 1. My inspiration for this amendment was to take the language that we passed in the Human Relations Commission Bill number 9419, I believe it was, and to just use that same language, in part because I did not like the other two categories for composition, which are in the original language based on age and gender. I think those are far more problematic. And so I was looking at, well, what can we do that ensures diversity, but is also language that this council has agreed upon in the past? And when you look at the Human Relations Commission and the model of, the number of people who have to be on there, the appointees from each councilmanic district, and the county executive having to appoint 4 additional people, and also to ensure that those that at that point that there is a reflection of the ethnic and minority, composition of the overall county, that we could do that in the region plans. And I don't think there's a problem. I mean, I think maybe you're saying, maybe you're not saying, but if you're saying that there could be, 10 white people who want to be on the committee and can't because there are 10 minority members of the committee, and there are only 11 members of the committee for a given region, I mean, what are they going to do? They'll have some remedy through the political process, through putting pressure on the county executive to do something different. I just don't think it's actually going to happen. But I don't think it would be acceptable to completely ignore the ethnic composition either, especially when you're talking about residents. I think we have to make reasonable efforts. And if somehow it turns out that we still cannot find someone who is qualified and available to serve and helps ensure that the ethnic composition and minority composition of the region is met, then we have a record of that. We have a record of our efforts, and that's defensible. The other way around, I'm not so sure. So that's my long answer. Sorry. Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. This is a continuation of my questions during work session, and the required language of the composition for in this amendment that is different from the language in the plan for other considerations. So my question is, who will oversee the composition of each regional plan to determine that the required diversity is met? And secondly, if it is determined at that point, or challenged at a later point, perhaps even after the regional plans come to the council for adoption. If it is challenged that a regional plan did not represent the required diversity, does that call into question the work of that region plan? Could that regional plan's recommendation then be challenged? I just want to make sure, and I want to be comfortable with the required language and what it could potentially mean.
Sarah Lacey, District 1. So I'll answer first, and then I'm sure someone from the administration would like to chime in as well. But here's what I see as the issue. Either you have an underrepresentation of minorities because for whatever various reasons we are not able to, despite our reasonable efforts or best efforts, I'm not sure which standard applies, but we make good efforts, good faith efforts to have minorities represented on the committee, and we don't. So is the plan, can it be subject to a challenge based on that? I don't think so. But if we have an overrepresentation of minorities on any particular region committee, I don't think there's any negative effect that I can think of that would be recognized in the law. I mean, in a sense, part of what we're doing is trying to help ensure that traditionally underrepresented minorities have more of a say. And specifically, we did that with the Human Relations Commission because it's not human relations, its primary focus is on housing and on fair housing, which is what much of our plans overall will be talking about. So to me, it makes sense and doesn't get us into trouble as long as we're acting in good faith. And I think that would be on the shoulders of ultimately the county executive for whatever time the regions.
I don't know, communication suggests the current location suggests that this is from together.
I hear somebody speaking. Madam Secretary?
Yes, Madam Chair, it looked like one or two people had sort of come off mute. I've muted everybody.
Okay. Thank you. So would the administration like to comment on Ms. Fiedler's question?
Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. I agree with you, Councilwoman Lacey. The amendment is an attempt to seek diversity on the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. Using the word requires does not have any force of law because the plan is advisory. You would just make every attempt to make sure the committees are diverse and reflective of that region.
Chair, Pete,
yes, Mr. Barron.
Just to add to what Ms. Rhodes said, as a reminder, the council did pass, and I'm sorry, it was a while ago, I can't remember the amendment number, but these committees the appointments will come before the council as well. So the county exec is committed to ensuring a diverse representation on the stakeholder advisory committees that reflects the communities. And in the end, the council also will have a say when that resolution to seat them comes before you.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Ms. Rhodes for that clarification on the record. And really my question was just concern over if we get into this situation, what does that mean? Because this is the only required piece of composition of the SAC language that we have in the document. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So I'm disturbed by the idea that because this language says that certain things are required, but then the plan is merely advisory, then it seems like the entire plan, nothing is required and the whole thing is advisory anytime we use the word required. So I'm disturbed by that at a holistic level, but I'm also bothered by this idea because we have tried to create the maximum flexibility on the SACs and who we're putting on there. And so while I certainly think that it's a laudable goal, and I think that we as the council have every ability to enact that goal as we see the applicants and as we vet them and as we put together and ultimately approve who's going to be on the SACs, the concern that I have with this amendment is that I don't actually agree that it doesn't have any binding authority. I think it does. And so I do think, as Councilwoman Fiedler was alluding to, this is the one requirement that now we're putting on the SACs. And I think, as I tried to point out, this could go the opposite way and be a really negative policy. So I just don't know that this is something that is as clear or really as is going to work in practice the way it's intended. So I have some pretty broad concerns about this entire amendment.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Allison Pickard, District 2. If this amendment is about requiring the SACs of each region to reflect the diversity of that region, it seems like if we have a region that's 80% one ethnic group, then we would look at the demographics of that district and hope to get a representation of those percentages. Am I missing something? Because it seems sort of simple to me. So a district that was 80% one ethnic group, we would aim to have 80% representative of that ethnic group. Am I, correct me if I'm misspoken. Thank you.
Okay, Fiedler and Volkey, simultaneous flags, duke it out. Okay, Ms. Fiedler goes first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. Councilwoman Pickard, I understand what you're saying, and I think that that's accurate. I don't think the use of the word required is necessary here, considering some of the comments by Mr. Barron and Ms. Rhodes, which was my whole point, that I don't think that it's necessary, but I'm comfortable with the statements that were made on the record this evening. So just want to say thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I think Councilwoman Pickard is exactly right. This does institute what seems to be some sort of ethnic or racial quota as to what the composition of the SACs need to look like. And it does use the shall language, which is generally required language. So there's no may, it's not permissive language here. Typically when used, it's shall. I understand Ms. Rhodes' point that, again, this is sort of an idea and the plan is a guide in all ways. But I do think it's a guide that we're supposed to follow. So despite the fact that you may not be able to come back and invalidate the plan or say, the region committees were not legitimate or something like that, I do think that it is pretty binding, and that this council or subsequent council should respect it if this language is passed. I've illustrated my concerns, but I think Councilwoman Pickard is correct when she made the statement that yes, there are going to be quotas that are kind of built into this based on a region and the representation.
Well, hang on a second. Wait, before Ms. Pickard, hang on a second. I'd like to comment first as the sponsor of the amendment. The language does not include any mention of quotas. The whole idea is not about quotas, and the actual language of the amendment doesn't use the word require. It does say shall reflect, and reflect is itself a word that implies that there is a margin around an idea of whatever a composition is. So it's, if a district, to use Ms. Pickard's example, is 80% one particular ethnicity, then okay, so maybe you have 8 members, maybe you have 7, maybe you have 9, maybe there's room around there that's going to be related to the objective and the discretionary elements around getting people on these committees and the processes we've created. So I wish you wouldn't put that out there, because it's not at all what this would do. Ms. Fiedler, and then anybody else.
Thank you, Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I just wanted to see if Office of Law could just weigh in for the record on the concern with the language.
Sure, Kelly Kenny, Supervising County Attorney. Going back to what Ms. Lacy said when this question first came up, I tend to agree with what she said, that this language requires that the committees reflect the diversity of the community. So I think, again, that she's correct, that doesn't mean it has to be percentage by the diversity of that area, but at least would be reflective of that. And the shell language, going back to what Ms. Rhodes said, again, this plan is advisory. Does not have the force of law, but it is something that, the county is going to strive, obviously, to comply with. So it's going to be something that that OPZ and the county executive and this county council is going to comply with when they go forward and appoint these people. So I think that hopefully that answers your question. But going back to what Ms. Lacy said right at the beginning of this, that I don't really see a challenge coming up where you make every attempt to find a committee that's reflective of the diversity of that area, and it just may not happen for whatever reason. I don't see what the repercussions of that would be.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other comments? Seeing none, hopefully I haven't missed somebody's. Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 107.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Yay.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 107 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 108.
Amendment number 108. This amendment adds mention of the light rail as an existing transportation system that would be improved and expanded, and updates the plan's description of the SC Maglev project.
This Sarah Lacy, District 1, this is also my amendment. When the plan was written, there have been some changes related to the SC Maglev project since the plan was written. So I wanted to update that language to reflect the draft environmental impact statement, which is the most current and most important document that there is out there about this project at this time. And also the existing language mentions the MARC train system, but given our focus on transit-oriented development in the actual land use plans that we've been working on, I thought it was important to mention, and to mention the light rail, but also I do hope that at some point in the future it will become a priority to be improved by the state. We don't get to do that, but if they did do that, that would be a boon, I think, for Anne Arundel County. With that, is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Councilman Pruski.
And a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. We'll be discussing a resolution later tonight or early tomorrow morning where the administration has a slightly different take. But in terms of this document, regional planning committees, the GDP needs to be aware of potential transit developments in the community, and this is a good amendment.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. So I just wanted to follow up on that because this seems to be taking language specifically and kind of drawing a conclusion about the maglev, specifically that it would cause substantial negative impacts to several communities, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm just trying to figure out, given that this is all still in the works and, nothing is sort of finalized yet and all of that, if that's really appropriate to put in the GDP, especially given that we're considering a resolution on it later at some point.
Sarah Lacy, District 1, I asked myself the same question in drafting this language. And I decided that it was fair because the focus of the plan is land use. And so the impacts to land, which in this case, even though through most of Anne Arundel County, the proposed routes would be running underground, every couple of miles, or even it could be as much as a mile, but a mile to 2 or to possibly 3 miles, there are ventilation and emergency egress stations that are built above ground. There will also be above ground maintenance stations and other related support structures, I think, as well as impacts from construction that would be temporary, but some that would be permanent. And so those were all listed in the draft environmental impact statement. And that was why I decided that on balance, it's fair to say that, because the specific economic impacts, I don't think can be broken down by county. From everything that I've seen, it's more of like a regional, estimate of how many jobs will be created and what those jobs will pay and all of those sorts of things. But this we know would impact the land. Mr. Pruski.
Councilman Pruski, District 4. I'm sure many of you have gotten emails in regards to the resolution, other things. I think what my colleague is trying to articulate here is the NEPA study, at least the first part of it has been released, and it is what it is. But also going to Ms. Harris' point, though, there's no final decisions that have been made. So obviously there's a lot of questions, concerns. Again, I've gone back and forth on, we're going to talk about the resolution a little bit later, but it's where it's at and identifying what's been released so far. I think that's fine. Again, things are about to change. I think as additional studies and people can ask questions, but at this point, we're just kind of in a holding pattern, but it is something that maybe should be discussed as far as the future, because if there is a plan for a facility or other things, probably want to take that into consideration, as we go forward. So thank you.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So looking at the language of the amendment, and I understand, Madam Chair, what you're saying about the land use and why that's the language that you landed on for this amendment. What I struggle with is reading all of the emails that have come in the last few days. There's not a balance with recognizing the potential positives that have been shared by those who are supporting this project in the county. So that's where I'm, weighing where I am on this. So thank you.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have obviously received all the emails that the council has as well. And this is a really hard topic when you've got communities that are directly in line of routes and trains and ventilation chutes. I do want to make sure everybody scrolled through to the bottom of those emails, and I would say 98% of them are not Anne Arundel County and not even Maryland residents. So they're very persuasive, and but just like we're adding, or there's an amendment to add language regarding the third span of the Bay Bridge, it is a massive undertaking in the county that I doubt this council is actually going to influence if it comes here or not. These big systems or big highway projects are made at a little higher than our pay grade but as we plan for the next 20 years or beyond, the GDP should acknowledge this project. The federal government has already invested like $28 million into these studies and this planning. This is a serious project that will greatly affect, whether it comes or doesn't come, will greatly affect land use in the northern part of our county. So putting it in the GDP, I'm not opposed to putting statements in the GDP, but anyways, that's all I have to say.
This is Sarah Lacey, District 1. I want to add to that comment that actually, if the SC Maglev project is built, and it will have a station at BWI, if it is as successful as the builders say it will be, then actually I think it would create a huge change in land use patterns around BWI with people who want to be able to access that train, especially if it ever gets built up to New York City and what they envision. So I definitely hear your point, Councilwoman Fiedler, about not showing, not explaining the positives here. But as I said, I did that on purpose based on what I perceive to be the land use that we can foresee now, reasonably foresee now. And right now, I don't think we can reasonably foresee positive land use impacts coming out of what we know now. So, so I wasn't trying to be unbalanced, except that it's definitely very difficult, as Ms. Pickard said. Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I think actually probably hit the nail on the head with that one, is that it is a little bit difficult right now to sort of predict what we might see or might not see. So for me, putting a statement in the GDP that says, hey, we should consider this, we should keep an eye on it, we should look at it, all of that is great. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's the kind of, this one feels like it's taking a position on it early on, and that's where I struggle with it, is my only piece of it. So, but otherwise, I agree, we should be considering it. It will obviously have an impact, positive or negative, at some point, whether they do build or no build or what else they come up with. So it's just the kind of specific position that we're taking at this stage that seems a little premature for me, but that's all.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 10. Oh, sorry, hang on a second. Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was a little slow with my flag there. I just wanted to just voice that I am going to support this amendment, but I do share some of the same concerns that my colleagues have mentioned. I'm still learning about maglev and how its impact would affect the county, short-term, long-term, medium-term. And so, but I love that we're looking again at, we're looking at these things and we're considering them. So even though that's there and I'm not totally comfortable with it, I'm going to support it anyway, because I think these are things to consider. So just wanted to explain my vote ahead of time.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 108.
Ms. Hare.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Nay.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 108 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 109.
Amendment number 109. This amendment revises the definition of peninsula policy area to emphasize that a peninsula is an area of land nearly surrounded by water, and that any development within a peninsula should take into account the effects of climate change.
Thank you. This is Sarah Lacy, District 1. This is my amendment. This should be a lively discussion, shall I say that? But I think it's a discussion that we really should have, because there are, I think, legitimate points that have been made to this council over our past couple of hearings about what is perceived to be a peninsula privilege. And I think, putting aside the idea of privilege, the definition in the plan goes far beyond the environmental definition of a peninsula. For a period of time growing up, my family lived on a peninsula that had, more than one way out, in and out. And that was great because hurricanes would come along and you'd want to get out, and some parts would be flooded and other parts weren't. And so my point is really, I think that as far as the land use goes, whether it's primarily residential or not doesn't apply in the context of a peninsula. And as to the road ingress and egress being just one road, if that's not adequate to serve the community, then what we need to do is widen the roads or build additional roads. And that should be taken care of already through Move Anne Arundel or other planning tools that are available to us. But there shouldn't be any implication that sitting in traffic in one place or another in the county is worse for any given person. And I think that's an unfortunate implication by using a single road ingress or egress as a criterion for defining a peninsula. With that, is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Is there a second? I'll second if nobody else will. Okay. Okay. Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We understand the intent of the amendment is to clarify what constitutes a peninsula, but after careful consideration, hearing from residents of these peninsulas, the administration is comfortable with the definition as is currently written in the plan. We are opposed to this amendment. Ms. Rhodes or Ms. Carrier, if there's anything you want to add on the specifics of why OPZ drafted the definition as we did. But again, we are not comfortable with this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. The definition of peninsula on page 38 of volume 1, I believe, characterize what the residents define a peninsula to be. And it also coincides with the terms that are used in the county code. So peninsula is a word that's in the county code in Article 17, and it's reflective of what the residents believe they live on. It meets the definition of peninsula. They're typically surrounded by water on 3 sides. So I believe the policy definition is appropriate.
Mr. Pruski.
Councilman Pruski, District 4, thank you. I did talk with the sponsor, and one of the things that I got some emails on was the word primarily, to remove that because there was some concerns in regards to that. Now, I also understand the other side, and this is why I've kind of gone back and forth about the concerns about the roads and the impact with infill development and other things. So again, this is a very difficult issue. I know that the administration typically used the word discussion of regional plans, but I do think this is an area we definitely need to refine no matter where this goes. We need to be clear about what the expectations are for peninsulas and also the work and understanding that. And I do feel for them though, because it did get some obviously emails and people raising some questions and concerns that normally, that I wouldn't consider because we don't have a ton of waterfront and peninsulas in my district. So again, just wanted to share those comments. Thank you.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. 2 quick things. Ms. Rhodes alluded to this in her comments, but the code in defining peninsulas does define them from a specific intersection. And one of the unique features is that it is that one road in and one road out. And I look at it not so much from a traffic standpoint, but more from a safety consideration in that, and this has happened a number of times in my district where there might be a fire and the fire trucks all show up, which is amazing, but then the road is blocked and you cannot get off the peninsula or get onto the peninsula in the event that there is then a subsequent sort of health emergency on the peninsula. It becomes very difficult to get emergency crews to that person or get that person off the peninsula. So there are some unique characteristics that go beyond the traffic piece of it for me. I agree in these instances, we do need to be looking at this infrastructure to make the infrastructure safe. And whether that's widening the road or creating some other way around. But I do think that the one road in and one road out is actually pretty critical for the definition, which is how planning and zoning has it in the plan and how the code defines it.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. To add to Councilwoman Hare's point, peninsulas, when we think of first responders and their response times, those are the areas where we have our water rescues, where it's the only part of the county where you have water rescues, and those are big apparatuses trying to get through some pretty narrow roads at some points. But I do want to comment on the thought that we can go in and expand or add to the road infrastructure. Keep in mind that peninsulas that are surrounded by water have a higher water table than other areas. And where there are existing roads, they do have, in some cases on either side of them, sensitive areas, bogs and wetlands, where you can't just add more asphalt and fix the problem. And in addition to that, on the Broadneck Peninsula, we have a historic road, one way in, one way out, that we cannot alter because of its historic designation. It must stay in line with the median line that is on the ground. So it's a great idea, but in all practicality, it's problematic. So I am comfortable with the language that is in the current draft.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. I'm going to echo what my other colleagues with significant peninsulas have already said. I mean, my district is a peninsula, and we do have the one road in, one road out situation. And I certainly, I do not want to try and, play, who's got the worst traffic jams. I think there's traffic jams around this county, but I think the traffic jams on a peninsula have a very specific cause, have limited solutions. And like Ms. Fiedler's example, there's really no feasible way to widen the road that goes, down to the end of the Annapolis Peninsula. There's no real feasible place to add additional roads. We certainly need to talk about transit, getting buses down there to try and alleviate some of the traffic, but the emergency issue is real, and it's happened, just multiple times in the last several years. So I think, and actually one of the things that Ms. Fiedler also alluded to, or well, I'd say flat out mentioned, is the environmental concerns that, it's, you have about a lot of low-lying areas, marsh areas. You can have a very dramatic impact because you're right next to the water. So water quality issues become, and stormwater issues, obviously have an immediate impact everywhere, but on the peninsulas, they can have a pretty dramatic impact on, the surrounding waterways as well. So this is a tough one because I don't like to say, oh, we should have something special here, but I do think there's, it's just, we're in a different environment that needs to be treated in a slightly different way.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I join with the sentiments of the others on the council who represent peninsulas. I'll just give an example of the Mountain Road Peninsula, which I live down Mountain Road Peninsula, and I grew up down Fort Smallwood Road Peninsula. But on the Mountain Road Peninsula, if you have an accident that is going toward Gibson Island past Woods Road, the traffic stops, and it stops for hours. In 2 years on the council, there have been 3 massive accidents that have shut down for the entire day the road. And what happens is you simply can't get in or out, depending on where the accident's located. Even if the accident is past that sort of access road, Woods Road there, you still have to try to divert traffic off there, and the amount of movement through there is unbelievable. So I know that there are traffic issues in other parts of the county, and I certainly am sympathetic to that, but when you have one way in and one way out, it's a whole different set of problems that make it very unique. And I think that trying to take that out of the policy sort of looks at those areas of the county and does not pay proper homage or give proper understanding to that issue and the challenge that it poses for everyone who lives down there. So I won't be supporting the amendment, and I would hope that the 4 of us who represent significant portions of the county that are on peninsulas would all reject this.
Any other comments or healthy discussion? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 109.
Ms. Hare.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volkey.
Nay.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian,
Nay.
Ms. Lacy,
Aye.
1 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. Amendment number 109 has been defeated.
And Madam Secretary, would you please read amendment number 110?
Amendment number 110. This amendment revises language in volume 1 of the plan concerning the communities affected by environmental degradation and development pressures on both rural and urban areas.
Sarah Lacy, District 1, this is my amendment. It says what it says. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Rodvian, second.
Thank you both. Mr. Barron?
Not much to add. The administration supports the amendment, appreciates the discussion in advance.
Any comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 110.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 110 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 111.
Amendment number, just let it get up there. Amendment number 111. This amendment adds a new policy under Planning for Healthy Communities to make access to government services and public meetings more convenient.
Sarah Lacy, District 1, this is my amendment as well. And I just want to say that by West County, I mean actual Wild West County, like further west than Odenton. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt in Odenton.
Is there a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Thank you both. Mr. Barron?
The administration supports this policy amendment and absolutely agrees with ADA accessibility.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 111.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye from a peninsula to the Wild West.
Ms. Lacy.
Accepted. Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 111 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So I'm aware that we returned from our last break at 8:10. It's been over 2 hours, and I kind of think that we all maybe deserve a stretch break. And Madam Secretary, what do you think about that idea?
If the will of the council is to take a recess, that's the will I shall follow.
Is anybody opposed to taking a 10-minute recess? Just for discussion purposes before I bother to make a motion. If you're opposed, raise your hand.
Motion to
Okay.
recess for 10 minutes.
Wonderful. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. We'll see you back here in 10 minutes, 10:30 at the very latest.
As a reminder, please turn your video off.
Madam Secretary, when you're ready, please call the roll.
Ms. Hare. Ms. Pickard.
Present.
Mr. Volkey.
Present.
Mr. Pruski.
Still here.
Ms. Fiedler.
Present.
Ms. Radvian.
Present.
Ms. Lacy.
Present.
County Auditor Michelle Bolair.
Present.
And Legislative Counsel Linda Schuett.
Present.
Madam Chair, everyone is present.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 112.
Amendment number 112. This amendment amends policy NE 15.1 in planning for the built environment to include adoption of Vision Zero principles for safe transportation systems.
Ms. Radvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodbian, District 6. This amendment pretty much does exactly what it says, is it adopts the Vision Zero principles for incorporation into our transportation plans to increase safety, especially for pedestrians and cyclists, but also for drivers to reduce the number of fatalities and serious injuries. And just the basic concept is, you know, we have for a long time designed our roads for speed, which, you know, obviously helps us get places quickly, but also can have the result into when accidents happen on roads with high speed can result in devastating accidents. I think of cyclists and pedestrians and think of some of the just horrific accidents that have taken place in our county and our state, and adopting policies that really accept the fact that drivers are human, and all people in different kinds of transit are human, and make errors in calculation that can result in horrible consequences. And so we need just a little bit more elbow room in our design to increase safety and end fatalities and serious injuries and serious crashes in our transportation system.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
And a second?
Second, Councilman Persky.
Thank you. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron. The administration supports Vision Zero is part of the Move Anne Arundel plan, and we are committed to that goal.
Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 112.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Radvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 112 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 113.
Amendment number 113. This amendment requires the land use designation to be reviewed and evaluated during the regional planning process for a property located on 161 Ferguson Road.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So this is the property that was mentioned in the public testimony by Mr. Ben Weschler. In reviewing this, Luca, it was brought to my attention that the area noted as being in the critical area will likely be changing with an update to the critical area map. In addition, while I was doing some research on the forest conservation easement, I noticed that the easement was not identified on our online GIS tool with other forest conservation easements. I believe it just came out of the way that this easement was created, not that it was intentional or any type of situation like that. So I think it is important information that was missing when the CACs reviewed each of these parcels and Office of Planning and Zoning. And I think updating our mapping information is important. Office of Planning and Zoning has since updated this map to include forest conservation easement. It will be, if it is not already, updated in our GIS system. And that forest conservation covers about half of this property, leaving the developable land closest to the existing intensified commercial parcels. So I believe for all of those reasons that this LUCA deserves another look during regional plans.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Rod Van, second.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. Just wanted to weigh in on this one. We support this amendment.
Any comments? Any discussion? Seeing none, I will just make a comment that everything will be reevaluated during region plans. So, knowing that, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 113.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 113 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 114.
Amendment number 114. This amendment revises implementation strategy E for goal BE1 and policy BE1.3 under planning for the built environment to remove references to the 2020 Montgomery County Growth and Infrastructure Policy for Schools.
Mr. Volkey?
I'm going to withdraw at this time.
Okay. Madam Secretary will note the withdrawal.
So noted.
And please read amendment number 115.
Amendment number 115. This amendment removes implementation strategy D for goal BE12 and policy BE12.1 under planning for the built environment related to affordable housing projects and school capacity.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So this policy, if you take a look on 103, you can see it indicates that this would allow affordable, the policy or the goal is to allow affordable housing projects to vest for school capacity prior to sketch or preliminary plan. And I am not supportive of that concept. So this would remove that from the plan.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Yeah, Volkey, I'll move it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion purposes. I have a question, actually.
Okay, Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. We oppose this amendment. Affordable housing is a major need in this county. It's something that's been recognized even by the Chamber of Commerce, and we think this is a policy that should be looked at in the planning processes, and we oppose this amendment. There are a couple of affordable housing amendments in the next grouping, so I'm going to ask Ms. Rhodes to speak just generally to affordable housing and the benefits to our county, our economy, and hopefully we won't have to repeat ourselves several times.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. As you've heard and what is noted in the plan is there is a very low supply of affordable housing in Anne Arundel County. In order to address the barriers and expand capacity, Plan 2040 sets forth policy that should be followed with regulation to increase affordable housing. Exclusionary zoning or practices which segregates housing by socioeconomic status. And it's contrary to an existing policy in county code under section 18.2.1027, which states promote an adequate supply of housing throughout the county with a broad range of housing types and prices that meet the needs of citizens at different ages and stages of their lives. So this is an existing county code policy.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. So a while ago, and I'll hesitate to remember exactly what month, but we had discussed a particular bill. I think it was Councilwoman Lacey's bill, and there was a whole discussion that went on about the difficulty with vesting at certain times for certain projects, depending on tax credits and things like that. And if I recall correctly, the biggest concern essentially was making sure we are not overcrowding our schools, no matter what sort of building is occurring. And I think we even had a conversation with planning and zoning to look at whether projects that might be eligible for certain tax credits or things like that, maybe having them vest at a certain time might be good, in the sense that then it avoids the school capacity ever being run over, because we are counting for every seat, no matter what type of development is occurring. Is that what this provision in the GDP is getting at? Because if so, I think the provision is a good one. I want to make sure our schools we are counting every seat, no matter what the development that's happening is.
Pete Barron with the administration. Can somebody from planning and zoning, maybe Mr. Kai Ziegler, take that or point us in the right direction?
Steve Kai Ziegler, Planning and Zoning. So I'm not sure I entirely understood the question, but I will say that as a part of the public school APF work group, we are looking at a variety of different ways where different types of residential developments can vest at different points and times in the entitlement process. And as a part of that, we are doing everything we can to make sure that we are accounting for every seat. Along with that, though, and some of you have heard me say this, we do have a very large number of vacant seats in the public school system that complicate the matter significantly. So again, not sure that I understood, but I think we're looking at flexibility on the best place time in order for certain types of projects to vest. Right now, they can choose when they vest at different stages. This is a pretty big discussion point in the school, public school work group on APF. I can't tell you that there's been any decisions or conclusions at this point, but it's one we continue to wrestle with.
Okay, thank
Lori
you.
Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. I do recall that bill. I believe it was 1220. And you raised the question, Councilwoman Hare, about the time-sensitive application process for tax credit awards. And I held on to that question because now I'm part of the school APF work group. So that's something that I will bring up to see how allocation of those seats would work in cases like this.
Ms. Rhodes, I'm impressed with your notes. Thank you very much.
We all love Ms. Rhodes. Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So my question is similar, if not the same, but put in a different, into a different scenario. I'm going to give I guess, an example. So that bill 1220, if this policy were to be in place, would a project that is vested for school APFO earlier in the process potentially avoid a scenario down the road where we're going to that above 5% state rated capacity or above the language of that bill that passed? Would we potentially be preventing that from taking place?
So Steve Kai Ziegler, yes, you could, but let's recognize what we're talking about is policy guidance in a GDP. In order to achieve that, it would still require legislative changes to the code in order to facilitate that. And that would those changes would obviously have to come in front of the County Council for review and potential adoption.
Thank you.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Mr. Kai Ziegler, I appreciate that statement because that is literally what the performance measure is, right? On this goal, it's status of code revisions relative to affordable housing and school capacity. So it suggests, you know, that's the path we're going. And as Councilwoman Pickard said earlier, this is a short-term goal, which means 0 to 5 years. So I'm expecting you all are coming down with something soon on this. So I guess that's why I'm just trying to understand, because to me, we don't put things in if there's not some intent. Like, y'all spent a lot of time coming up with what these different goals were and these different policy statements in here. So I'm expecting they're going somewhere. I don't think you all just spent time putting them together just to put them on a piece of paper and kind of look at them. So, I think the question I would follow up with is just what other projects are we allowing school capacity to vest prior to sketch plan submission? Could you not hear me?
Excuse me, head was muted. Steve Kai Ziegler, Planning and Zoning Officer. Let me go back to your first part about when are we going to do this? So the public school APF work group, when we reconvened the group with a kind of a different approach to get much more creative with school APF than we have been able to in the past. And this was about in February, we were looking at about an 18-month process. So we have about 15 months to go. And our intention is no later than that time period to be able to make recommendations and actually draft potential legislation for the council to consider that would deal with this issue. The second part of your question is, I am not aware that we're trying to find ways to, if you want to say, accelerate vesting for every type of residential project. We're really fixated on affordable housing and workforce housing because it's a very large priority, public policy priority for both the administration and I believe a majority of the council members. So that's the highest priority for us.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allison Pickard, District 2. I do know we have a few affordable housing amendments coming in session here. So I'm just going to say this once. We do have an affordability issue in this county, whether you're talking subsidized or just affordable housing, attainable housing for all price points. It's not unique to Anne Arundel County. It's a movement that is waving going across the country. We also have very unique topography in this county, and our environmental emphasis and our environmental stewardship and all of those things make it incredibly difficult, coupled with the fact that we have very little land use that allows any kind of density. Affordable housing is going to be an incredible challenge in Anne Arundel County, no matter what we do with strategies or policies in this plan, for all kinds of reasons. It is definitely something, however, that if we all want our children and grandchildren to remain and grow and have their families live here, we have to have housing at multiple price points. We cannot price our children out of this county. So we have to tackle this. And these are strategies that are being amended or attempting to be amended out before we even have a chance to explore them. So I'm a no on the next few amendments, and I don't think I need to repeat myself tonight. So thank you.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I realize this conversation is centered specifically around affordable housing, but broader than that, my question during the discussion on 1220 had been about looking at when projects vest for school capacity and making sure that we are not overcrowding our schools or creating exceptions to school capacity for specific projects on a case-by-case basis. And so I think considering that moving forward is still a good thing to look at. I think an overwhelming number of constituents have repeatedly raised the issue of school overcrowding and making sure that we're not doing that. So if changing when projects vest can help alleviate that, I think that's a good thing. And I think it's definitely something we should be exploring for all projects, really.
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodman, District 6. I know that I'm that I mentioned this, and this point came up when we discussed, I believe it was your bill, Chairwoman Lacey. But you know, when we talk about school capacity and we talk about affordable housing, you know, necessarily increasing the number of students in a school, that's not necessarily the case. Often students are already in a school. They just don't have an appropriate place to live. So creating an affordable home isn't necessarily going to impact school capacity in, you know, a direct linear fashion. So I think that's really important to keep in mind that, you know, because families are, I'm trying to think of the correct way of stating it, but overburdened in terms of their rent or their income does not match up with what they, you know, what is affordable in terms of housing that they're maybe living in, you know, combined families situations that those students may already be in the school. And so we have to think about, okay, how is this actually going to play out? When does it just mean now they actually have a place to live that's got some elbow room?
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So we as a council can't control the timing that the state has for tax credits on these projects. And knowing that the language that exists in this policy could potentially avoid a capacity above state rated capacity by vesting earlier, which is something that I heard overwhelmingly as a concern in the 5th district. I'm comfortable with the language that exists in the plan. But I do look forward to discussing at a future point if and when that point happens. So thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 115.
Ms. Hare.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Ms. Lacey.
Nay.
1 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. Amendment number 115 is defeated.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 116.
Amendment number 116. Excuse me. This amendment removes implementation strategy F for goal BE12 and policy BE12.1 under planning for the built environment related to payment in lieu of tax programs and affordable rental housing initiatives.
Mr. Volkey,
So moved.
is there a second?
Second, Hare.
Then I guess, go ahead, Mr. Volkey.
I'm just gonna, I'll just say, I don't support the use of pilots for affordable housing. We've had 2 bills that have come in front of us. I think the first one was 6719, I want to say, and the other was 10320. I think those were the 2. Yeah, 6719, which was Homes on the Glen in Annapolis, and the other was 10320 Brockbridge Landing. And on both of those, I was the only one to vote against using pilots to make the affordable housing work, because I just don't agree with that as a policy. So this would strike that out of the plan. I sort of can count the votes, so I know where it's going to go, but I just want to explain why I'm putting it in.
Any discussion? Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the administration wants to respond, I'm happy to defer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration is opposed. Affordable housing is an important goal that we are working on. And I think the comments in the previous amendment around affordable housing is relevant to this conversation as well. As to specific pilot programs, we have brought forward those 2 bills that Councilman Volkey referenced. When done appropriately, they can help these projects be successful.
Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I'm not going to support removing this from the GDP since there is a sentence in here about how the council needs to approve things on a project by project basis. So I think we have that in here, particularly since it's a strategy. I will say, having seen those two bills now, I would love to have some kind of an update from the administration on how those projects are going, how things are moving along, whether they're reaching any of the goals that they intended to reach and all of that other kind of metrics, totally separate from the GDP. But since we're talking about it, I just wanted to throw that out there. I think it would be helpful for us to have some kind of an update on those at some point.
Pete Barron with the administration, we would be happy to provide any updates, any council member requests.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 116.
Ms. Hare?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fiedler, I didn't catch that.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Ms. Lacy?
Nay.
5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. I'm 2 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. Amendment number 116 is defeated.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 117.
Amendment number 117. This amendment removes implementation strategy A for goal BE12 and policy BE12.5 under planning for the built environment related to the creation of an affordable housing trust fund.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So I've been following the General Assembly and the county executive's idea, as I understood it, to impose a transfer tax on sales of properties above $1 million. I think the intention was to use that as the dedicated funding source to fund an affordable housing trust. If I have gotten that wrong, I'm certain someone from the administration will correct me. But my concern is that this is really the precursor for that. This sort of calls for it in the plan to say that we need to pass that as a council, as a goal. And so that is what I expect this is intended to do. And I don't support that idea of imposing that additional tax and then, going forward with that plan. So ultimately that would be to strike this from the plan.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So move, Volkey.
Second, Hare.
Thank you both. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Volkey, you are correct. There was an enabling bill passed in the General Assembly this session that would allow this county to impose a surcharge on the transfer tax for properties valued over $1 million, for transactions over $1 million. So it was a limited in scope and it was enabling that any change in that rate would need to come before this council. And I fully expect that when and if that does come before this council, there will be a robust debate on the appropriateness of any change in the rate. So with that, we're opposed to this amendment, and we look forward to discussing the validity and the importance of housing trust funds in the future.
Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I'm generally not in favor of increased fees and taxes. But what I also am not understanding is why the administration or planning and zoning thinks that you would need a dedicated trust fund as opposed to, being part of any other budgetary expenditure for any expenditures.
Madam Chair, Pete Barron with the administration. I can speak to a little bit of why you would want a dedicated fund. It would give the county the flexibility to use that fund, and the state legislation enumerates the specific purpose for low and moderate income housing. So you could use it in a number of ways to tackle I think what everybody can agree is a serious issue in this county. So it could be used for direct rental assistance. Could be used to help subsidize a LIHTC project to make the financing work better. So there's a number of ways that it could be used. And however it is determined to be used, this council will have a say in structuring that. So it would make sense for us, just to finish that thought, to really dig in and make sure that we have looked at every angle before any proposal is brought before this council.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Mr. Barron, I assume that once the council has sort of structured it, we do give up some control for any kind of trust fund in terms of how it's administered after the fact.
Pete Barron with the administration, that would be dependent on how you structured it. There'd be a number of strategies the council could employ. Regular reporting, obviously the county auditor would have a role here. So that would be something that we could discuss in a future bill.
Mr. Volpe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make it clear that I'm against any new tax increases. I signed a pledge about that. So I just want to be clear about where I stand on this. And to the extent that you all are coming down with that bill, I think everybody knows where I stand.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Yeah, on this one, I think I don't see the reason for identifying a dedicated revenue stream and a housing trust fund at this point, particularly since you can do, I mean, whatever projects you may want to do, you can fund with the funding mechanisms we have, but specifically given that there is this sort of intention for this additional tax to come along with it, I'm supportive of this amendment to remove that.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Barron.
Last thing I will say on this, the state bill is enabling and it is limited to transfers over $1 million. So this is something that would make sure that it would not hit middle income or lower income county residents. And again, it would need to come before this council.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 117.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volpe.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 117 is defeated.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 118.
Amendment number 118. This amendment removes implementation strategy D for goal BE12 and policy BE12.5 under planning for the built environment in its entirety, which would develop additional financial incentives for the provision of affordable housing.
Mr. Volpe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. In the same vein, so similar to the idea of pilots and other incentives that are being created, to the extent that we are increasing density bonuses, providing tax credits, or basically sort of doing things for affordable housing that we're not doing for other market rate housing or anything else. I'm opposed to the idea that we're making basically special rules for certain preferred types of projects. Similar to what Mr. Kai Ziegler noted, it's a strong policy of the administration and the majority of the council that workforce housing and affordable housing be accelerated. And so this would be asking to strike this from the plan, and I would ask for your support. And I would make a motion to adopt the amendment.
Hare, second.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No surprise, the administration is opposed to this. I will remind this council of something that Ms. Rhodes spoke to as it relates to exclusionary zoning and affordable housing. When this administration came in, There had been a letter sent by a number of advocacy groups threatening a lawsuit against the county because of how we had treated affordable housing. If you all have paid any attention to what happened in Baltimore County, they were actually under a consent decree, and we were facing the same sort of lawsuit that could have ended in the same way. So this again is a strategy in the document to help us address a stated need. And last thing to add to that, this need for affordable and workforce housing is something that has been identified in a 2006, going back to 2006 Chamber of Commerce report. So affordable housing is good for our economy.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I had a question on this. I mean, tax credits and other streamlined processes seem like reasonable incentives to me. The density bonus is the one that gets me. When we were back discussing workforce housing a bit ago, there was a really robust discussion about density bonuses, and I believe it was R5 that had an enormous amount of community discussion and opposition. And at the time, I believe that the administration had stated that they were going to go back and look at potentially removing R5 because the density bonus essentially converted R5 to R22. And so I don't believe the administration ever went back and revisited that R5 discussion. And so in this particular provision now, this density bonus language makes me very concerned with that. And so I'm curious if the administration has ever circled back on that, given it more thought, or has any other comments generally about the density bonuses here.
Lori Rhodes, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. That bill 5917, I think that's the number, workforce housing. In R5, it explicitly stated that the development would have to be at periphery of the neighborhood, therefore fronting on a collector road. So it wouldn't be integrated in a neighborhood. So typically when you see multifamily dwellings, they're usually on a collector road. They're not integral in a single family detached neighborhood. So that's what was different about that bill. So the concern was R22 in a single family dwelling neighborhood. That bill expressly stated that the development would have to front on a collector road.
Okay, but has the administration ever gone back and revisited that R5 in light of the conversation that took place with those bills?
In light of the fact that we have a limited supply of affordable housing, we're looking for more tools to increase affordable housing. And to my knowledge, we have not revisited that. That's something that we're looking at, but we're looking for policy that's going to set forth additional tools that we're going to be looking at when we update the zoning code.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While these are just strategies, I think it's also important to note that affordable housing as an issue in Anne Arundel County was also in the 2009 GDP, but also as we talk about density, if you look on page 114 of volume 2, you'll notice that we only have 106 acres of land zoned R15 or above in this county. That's it. That is less than 1% of land in this county. We're not getting much affordable housing, folks, whether you pass this amendment or not. We don't have the land designated to bring in the density. So I don't know what everybody's so afraid of, because it is incredibly hard to finance and develop multifamily and affordable housing in this county. So any little incentive that we can provide is important, but I know how this vote will go.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilman Pruski, District 4. There's a recurring theme here, obviously, and that's fine. Everyone has their own opinion. But what I find concerning is that we're trying to take away the ability to do affordable housing, but there's nothing being brought forward to provide an answer for that. So I think that's the question about what is the steps then to solve the issue. Are we taking a stance that we don't want affordable housing, or are there certain things that we disagree with in terms of policy? I think that's a clear question, from the amendments that are being brought forward. Again, I know it's a struggle because obviously, folks are worried about we have density, do you have access? And ultimately, I think what was brought forward is, do you want to have access with affordable housing where folks could obviously get to a job, they're close to work, and you make it where not only is it affordable, but they can make it, part of their life and their community. And so we have to take a hard look when we get in these regional plans. It's not just, well, let's put all affordable housing in, North or West County. It needs to be throughout the county. And that's been brought forward too. So that those discussions have to occur in the regional planning process. Because what do we tell? We tell workers who are low income or somebody looking for a house, oh, I'm sorry, you have to live up there. I mean, we really have to have a real deep, in-depth discussion about that when we get these regional planning process. And again, I know we keep talking about this. This is a regional, it's a plan. Notice that N word, plan. So as we go through, some of these things, plans change. You get into further discussions. But again, my concern here with a lot of these amendments, I respect everyone has a right, but what are we doing then to solve the issue? Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So I appreciate Councilwoman Hare bringing up the R5 concern and the thought that the administration was going to go back and revisit that. That is pretty accurate. I will say that this question and the understanding that the R5 area was going to be revisited, but then wasn't, has left many folks in District 5 feeling like they were not heard, and at the very least did not get a follow through or follow up on that conversation. And we're talking about R5. I'm not arguing the need for affordable housing, the challenges that we have. But when we talk about R5 and I look at our very developed areas of District 5 and what increased density could do, that's a concern to me. And on behalf of my constituents who are still waiting on an update or response from the administration, I will be supporting this amendment this evening.
Any further comments? Excuse me. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll on amendment number 118?
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 118 has been defeated.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And before you read Amendment 119, I'd just like to alert everyone to the fact that we now have only 10 amendments to go, but we only have 45 minutes to get them done. So hopefully we can keep up a good pace here. Madam Secretary, please read Amendment number 119.
Amendment number 119. This amendment adds language to implementation strategy A1 for goal BE15 and policy BE15-2 under planning for the built environment to add a review of the use of high occupancy vehicle lanes.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So the intent with this is relatively simple. We've talked a lot about how words matter, and we've tweaked particular words in different policies in this document. This would tweak the use of the word use high occupancy vehicle lanes to review the use. And the intention is then it feels like we're not 100% committed to having to do something. We're taking a look at it to try to decide if it is the appropriate thing to do or not. So I was trying to open this up a little bit to make it more discretionary as opposed to mandatory, because the way I read the language, it felt mandatory. So I thought it was something that was worthy of further discussion and review. That's the purpose of this amendment. So I would make a motion to adopt the amendment. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Hare, second.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No objection to this change.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 119.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Nay.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. Amendment number 119 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 120.
Amendment number 120. This amendment revises language in implementation strategy A2 for goal BE15 and policy BE15-2 under planning for the built environment to add review of the use of ramp metering.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Again, same concept as the last amendment. Basically, review the use of ramp metering as opposed to the affirmative language of implement ramp metering. So the intention would be that this would still be something we are reviewing to determine if it's appropriate for the county as opposed to committing to it as a policy. Herein, I would move the adoption of the amendment.
Is there a second?
Hare, second.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the administration is reviewing the use of ramp metering, and before the meeting this evening, I actually did confirm this is something we are specifically looking at as it relates to Bay Bridge traffic. It is something that would fall under an operational change and is something that the county is looking at anyways to deal with. And it's not just the Bay Bridge. There are places in your district, Councilman Volkey, where a policy like this may be helpful. And it's got to be looked at on a case-by-case basis with the specific needs as it relates to the roads, and then depends on whose roads they are, the counties or the states. So with that, it's a strategy in Move Anne Arundel as well. So with that, no objection, but wanted to be clear that it is something we are currently reviewing.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. Mr. Barron just mentioned an area in my district. So for those who are still up and watching, or who may watch when this is posted, can an expert explain what ramp metering is?
Pete Barron with the administration, definitely not your ramp metering expert. I believe Ms. Arzu McIntosh may still be with us from the Department of Transportation. If we've lost her, we'll have to get you an answer in writing, but it's...
Mr. Barron?
Yes.
I interrupt only because I believe the actual definition is what's in the writing of amendment number 120, which is ramp metering actually is a mechanism to regulate the rate of vehicles entering a freeway to ensure that the flow along the main line is not overly interrupted and that capacity does not become oversaturated. And in various cities I've been to, mostly out west, this is pretty common technology there. Mr. Volkey, I think. Yep, Mr. Volkey and then Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Mr. Barron, I appreciate that comment and the information. I was not aware that that was something the administration was looking at yet. Are there any specific places in my district that you can identify, or can you get back to me with information about where you all are looking at ramp metering devices in my district? I just would be interested to know that.
Be happy to. We'll have to get back to you.
Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. So I'm trying to think way back when, back in college, I lived in Virginia, and out on Route 66, I think, or maybe the Dulles Toll Road, they have some of these. And typically what it looks like there are, it's essentially a red light at the start of the on-ramp to the highway. So cars essentially back up at the red light on the on-ramp, and then every minute or so it turns green for one set of cars, or every
30 seconds, whatever it may be, you set the timing depending on the traffic so that the flow of traffic on the highway is moving and only a certain number of cars can enter. For Councilwoman Fiedler, who was asking, to my understanding, that's what it looks like.
There are no other questions or discussion? No flags? Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 120.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 120 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 121.
This amendment revises implementation strategy E for goal BE15 and policy BE15-2 under planning for the built environment to add continuing the implementation of a countywide bicycle network.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Lest I provoke the ire of the entire cycling community, which is possible. And so I want to be clear about what the intent with this amendment is. It is not to strip out the idea of creating a low-stress bicycle network. It is simply to ensure that we are doing it, but that we're also keeping in mind that there may be physical or economic constraints to doing that. And so to the extent that those constraints are present, we may be limited in our ability to do it, but where possible, we can. I've had an opportunity to review some literature, basically being part of the transportation APF subgroup, and there's been some discussion about this as part of that. And I think it's quite, there can be some very involved pieces to creating a truly low stress bike network. And I'm not sure that the county is in a position across the entire county where we can do it either from a land standpoint or from a road standpoint or from a money standpoint. And so what the intent with this amendment is to create some flexibility for the county, because if we put something in the plan that says create a low stress bicycle network, if the county fails to do that and exactly that, I am certain there will be people who look at this policy and say, this council has failed, this county has failed. And so I want to create the flexibility here to show that we're still driving forward with that goal, and that's the intention, but we're also recognizing that there is a reality, both fiscally and physically, just from the natural environment, that may create challenges to doing that perfectly. And so that is the intention with this amendment. It's not to strip away the goal, it's not to take out the goal, it's simply to provide some flexibility, because again, these goals, while I hear everyone saying that they're sort of just ideas or they're just goals, I think that there are a lot of people who are looking at these and they view them as more than goals. And I think that to the extent that they're not accomplished, there are going to be a lot of people who are unhappy and who feel like they were sold a bill of goods. So I'm trying to create some flexibility with this one. I'd move the adoption of the amendment. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Either second.
Mr. Barron? Briefly, please.
The administration understands the difficulties in creating a low stress bicycle network. Any of these projects would require council approval in the budget. And so in the end, this language, if it makes a couple of folks feel better, it's not a big deal. But we do believe that it should be the goal of this county to provide safe places for bicyclists to ride. So we're committed to doing everything we can. And I think it was implicit in the language before that barriers such as money and land need to be looked at and would come into play. But if the language makes folks feel better, no objection.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I want, for those, again, watching at home who live on the Broadneck Peninsula and are very excited about future sections, I did reach out to the sponsor of this amendment. At first, I was concerned on where he was going with it, but appreciated the conversation. And for those, again, watching at home, this really says that when we are looking at options to get from point A to point B, and in the 5th district, we've used everything in plans from building up lower lying areas to plans in design for bridges. I'm not thinking boardwalks is what they call them. That if there are options that are more extreme or elaborate, but we have other options at play, that we will take into account these areas of thought and focus. So again, Mr. Volkey, I appreciate the conversation, and I'm more comfortable with this amendment.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I think actually maybe Mr. Barron said this. I sort of read the language where physically and economically feasible into almost everything we do, just as kind of of course, it has to be physically and economically viable. And I really, really, really want low stress bike networks all over the place. So just because I think pedestrian and bicycle access for everyone would be great. So I'll support this, but only because I think it's already implied and isn't going to be any more of a barrier to getting the bike networks anyways.
This is Sarah Lacey, District 1, and I'm not going to support it for the exact same reason. I think it's already applied, therefore it's not necessary. And with that, if nobody else has any comments, no flags, nobody calling on me. Okay, Ms. Corby, your turn again. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 121.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Sorry, aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Nay.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 121 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 122.
Amendment number 122. This amendment revises terminology used in implementation strategy E for goal HC9 and policy HC 9.3 under planning for healthy communities.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3 again. So the language here, again, I'm looking at the language and reading it, and what it says specifically about this goal is that we are to set user fees commensurate with services. I don't know what the setting of the fees needs to be, so I was suggesting that we review user fees to ensure that where they are going, that we are setting them at the right level, but we're going to review it. We're not necessarily committing ourselves to any kind of change in the fee schedule yet. I'd really like to review it before I agree that I'm going to set something differently. So that was the purpose with this, is again, create flexibility for the council, have an opportunity to review prior to being committed to doing something. And
is there a motion to adopt?
Sorry.
Is there a second?
Hare, second.
Mr. Barron?
Real quick, the administration opposes. This is a strategy suggested by DPW. This is an enterprise fund that is required to be self-supporting.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, well, Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if there's anybody from DPW who can indicate, is there a rate change that's coming? Is that what this is anticipating? I'm just not clear if there's something that we're missing on the horizon.
Mr. Phipps is here. This is Pete Barron. However, if a rate change does come, you will see it and have a chance to speak on it when it comes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barron, you cut out there. I'm not.
Mr. Phipps, if you have anything to add to that. Sorry, I think I hit my mute button too quick.
Maybe we'd all like to stay on mute at this point.
Phipps, Director of Public Works. It's as a self-supporting fund, it has to be, we have to set our fees commensurate with the services. So if the cost of services are going up, then commensurate increase in the fee has to follow. So I think it's just, maybe it's implicit again, what we're currently doing, but I think it's just stating that if we want to expand the services we're providing, there has to be consideration of the fees that go with it.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Phipps, since you're there and you're answering, is it problematic to say review the fees as opposed to set the fees? Does that somehow change the ultimate sort of purpose of the policy, or does that somehow suggest that the fund is no longer going to be self-supporting? I'm just trying to understand the opposition from DPW on this.
I didn't take a position on it. I think that it's implied that being a self-supporting fund, it has to, the fees have to be set commensurate with the cost of services provided.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 122.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 122 is defeated.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 123.
Amendment number 123. This amendment revises language in implementation strategy A for goal HC10 and policy HC10.2 under planning for healthy communities to add the word volunteers to those recruited and trained for emergency services.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So again, I think this is something that adds to the policy, doesn't detract from it. The idea that we have a very strong volunteer network of firefighters and emergency personnel in this county is something I don't want to overlook. And that's not referenced here. And while I certainly believe that, you know, we have excellent career staff in terms of firefighters, I don't think that our volunteers are any less professional when they, you know, are there. And so I want to add them in because I think that they deserve some recognition in this, along with the career firefighters, all of whom are doing an excellent job for this county. So that was the intention with this, is to make sure that we're not inadvertently leaving that piece of our critical safety apparatus behind. So I'd move the amendment.
Is there a second?
Hare, second.
Mr. Barron,
Administration supports.
any discussion? Seeing, hopefully, yes, Mr. Volkey?
I just want to be clear about one thing. The use of the term volunteers and professionals, I know that that's very grating to the volunteers because I've talked to many of them and they feel that they're very professional. And so I think the preferred terminology is volunteers and career personnel as opposed to volunteers and professionals. So I didn't change that part of the language, and I probably should have. So I just want to apologize in advance. And that was not intended as any slight to the volunteer members of our fire department, who I do think are very professional. So I just want to clarify that, lest anyone misreads or hopefully does not misinterpret.
Thank you, Mr. Volkey. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 123.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 123 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 124.
Amendment number 124. This amendment revises language in implementation strategy D for goal HE1 and policy HE1.2 under planning for a healthy economy to remove the reference to underfunded projects.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So the purpose of this amendment, you know, we routinely talk about how wonderful our county is and how great the services are and the buildings and the people and everything. But then in the same breath, I hear a lot of things about how terribly underfunded everything is and how awful it is. I'm not interested in codifying anything in this plan that suggests that our county is underfunded sort of categorically. in the capital program. I certainly think we can do more. I think we can always do more. I think we work on that. I think we do the best that we can while trying to respect the idea that taxpayers are paying for all of this. But that being said, this reference to me felt a little bit unnecessary and a bit like maybe some sort of slight in some way. And I just didn't think it was needed. I don't think it adds anything to the plan. In fact, I think it detracts from the plan a bit. So with that, I would like to remove that, and I am moving the amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Barron,
No objection.
is there any discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 124.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Nay.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. Amendment number 124 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 125.
Amendment number 125. This amendment revises terminology in implementation strategy D for goal HE5 and policy HE5.2 under planning for a healthy economy.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. This amendment deals with the use of the word increase. So the goal itself says increase staff and budgetary resources to implement the initiative. The initiative refers to resources dedicated to the county's designated sustainable communities and commercial revitalization areas. So this gets back to the questions that I was asking earlier related to some amendments Ms. Pickard was putting forward about revitalization and targeted redevelopment, and what, if any, staff would be necessary from OPZ standpoint to make some of those things happen, both from a contractual standpoint and then also from a county personnel standpoint, is specifically including the idea that we're going to hire more people just to do review on redevelopment or revitalization projects. With that, the intention is to take out the word increase and to substitute and say review the staff and budgetary resources, because I'm not comfortable committing to basically a blank check. I don't know what that number is going to be. Obviously, it will come in front of the council, but I don't want to have it come in front of the council and somebody say, you voted for this policy that said you were going to increase it, and here it is. So ultimately, I think this provides the council with the flexibility to determine whether it's appropriate or not. I'd move the adoption of the amendment.
Is there a second?
Hare, second.
Mr. Barron?
The administration would oppose this amendment. I think Councilman Volkey stated it. This is not a blank check. The council would need to come back and vote on any increase in funding. So this amendment is just not necessary. Of course, we're going to be reviewing. So with that, we would.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 125.
Ms. Hare,
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Nay.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Nay.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 125 is defeated.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 126.
Amendment number 126. This amendment changes the land use designation from industrial to mixed use for specific properties identified on 4 maps, and changes the land use designation from utility transportation to mixed use for a specific property identified on a 5th map.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. This is actually quite a big amendment, and this is actually a unique type of amendment. To give a little bit of history to this area, this parcel is at the end of Marley Neck Boulevard, almost to the intersection with Fort Smallwood Road. It's currently zoned industrial, and the land use is industrial. It's W1. The impetus for this is in the 2009 iteration of the GDP, there was a significant growth in residential development in this area. The land classification was changed, and there was a lot of residential put into this area. It does not seem like in that iteration of the GDP, there was much thought given to what amenities or services might be needed by the communities there. So with that said, I've been aware since I was elected, and it's something I heard on the campaign trail from the communities along this corridor, specifically Creekside Village, Tanyard Cove, Tanyard Springs, even the Marley community. The traffic in this area is terrible because many people have to move down the Marley Neck Boulevard corridor to get to B&A Boulevard, to get out onto major intersections. And so it's created just traffic nightmares everywhere. The other problem is to get any amenities, they have to go that way also. So the intention with this is to try to reimagine what we can do in this corridor for these communities to provide them with some amenities. And so if you take a look at the maps that are attached as exhibits to this document, this actually shows you the areas that are being amended. All together, this is about 100 acres between these parcels that would go from an industrial land use zoning to a mixed use land use, not zoning, I'm using the wrong word, but classification. And I believe that that change would allow the community to start envisioning what could happen here beyond just an industrial use. So they could consider the idea of getting a grocery store or getting some sort of retail options or some food options for them. It's likely that this will also bring some kind of office space. There may be a residential component to this as well. But ultimately, I have gone to the communities and talked with them. I've had the opportunity to meet with the boards and share this idea with them for the communities in the area. And the results that I have heard back are very positive in terms of people seeing this as a good way to re-envision this area and try to fix a problem, because basically they have very little commercial or retail space there in that entire corridor. There is one parcel that is located inside the Tanyard Springs community that is commercial, but my understanding, speaking to everyone in the community and the development world, is that no one has been able to really get an interested purchaser or someone to develop that into a grocery store or some kind of retail, because it lacks sufficient frontage on the main thoroughfare, which is Marley Neck Boulevard. So the idea is that this would provide that. This would allow you to re-envision that area and really give these communities the amenities that they're so desperately lacking. I don't know how the administration is going to feel about this one, because this one's really my idea. It's something that I've talked about with the community and discussed with them, but the landowner, I'm not even sure that they would necessarily, I haven't even had a chance to discuss this entirely with them. I've tried to reach out. Oh, sorry.
Just can you move your amendment so we can have any discussion?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So that's the overview, but I'd move the amendment. Thanks.
Is there a second?
Hair, second.
Thank you. Mr. Barron?
Just to repeat the standard provision that we've had on these kinds of changes.
Is there any discussion? Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Feather, District 5. I know that there were multiple exhibits attached with this amendment. Is there one PDF or map exhibit that shows them all in one shot? I don't know who that question would be for.
Madam Chair, if I may.
You can try.
Sure, certainly. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Ms. Fiedler, I don't have a map to that extent. The maps that have been prepared are really what we have. You could sort of kind of look at each one and see, but basically they all line up. It's like a little puzzle. If you were to cut them out and lay them over top of each other, they pretty much fit. So
that, or if you close one eye and scroll real fast, you can kind of see it. Any other? Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. So you had started to say, Councilman Volkey, you haven't talked to the landowner, or you have talked to the landowners?
Well, Sure. No, Nathan Volkey, District 3. I played phone tag with the landowner. My understanding is that CSX, the real estate, or the railroad company, excuse me, owns the real estate here. There's another parcel further down Marley Neck Boulevard that's also 100 acres. I'm not sure, they might own that one too. But I have gone back and forth with them a little bit and have not been able to completely touch base with them to get an answer as to their position on this. But the reality is I know the community seems to support it. The feedback I've gotten from them is that this would make sense for their community. And in the end, that's really what matters the most to me.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 126.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 126 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 127.
Amendment number 127. This amendment adds language to Plan 2040 to highlight the impact of history, including slavery and segregation, on current land use and planning and the importance of enhanced and inclusive land use planning.
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. I think all of my colleagues received the material that came with this suggested amendment from Thornell Jones of the NAACP, and I believe the Caucus of African American Leaders supporting it as well. I do believe that this is really important to take into consideration. We really need to examine the history of our county and land use in our county, how slavery impacted that, how federal law impacted that, segregation, and how that still plays out today. And that still impacts a lot of the land use patterns that we see in our county. I think this will need to be fleshed out when we get to the regional plan level and see what other kinds of policies we can put in place to to do some undo some of the negative impacts of that history. So I hope my colleagues will support this amendment because it is, I believe it is the right thing to do.
I move to adopt. Is there a second?
Rodvian, second.
Mr. Barron?
Enthusiastically support.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 127.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Nay.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 127 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read amendment number 128.
Amendment number 128. This amendment changes the land use designation from open space to public use for a property commonly known as the Naval Academy Dairy Farm.
Mr. Pruski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew Pruski, District 4. The County Council Chair received a letter from the Navy requesting this access. Now, I think a lot of people have to understand, we had that maglev discussion earlier. We don't really determine federal property. It's really just a map piece. So for instance, if we have federal properties such as the National Security Agency, Fort Meade, the Naval Academy, they're all public use. So essentially, I look at this as a technical amendment. Again, it didn't have to be put in, but it was a request and simply just ask for support. And I won't take 12 minutes to talk about it. Thank you.
Okay, then don't. Can we have a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Second.
Rodvian, second.
Thank you, Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron, the administration supports. This is a request from the United States Navy, so we support.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you. That answered my question.
Okay. Any discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 128.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard,
Aye.
Mr. Volkey,
Aye.
Mr. Pruski,
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler,
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian,
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 128 is adopted.
Wonderful. I believe that means that Bill 1121 as amended will be heard on May 3rd, 2021. Right? Woohoo! Okay, everybody take a little break, something. Woo, we got through. Okay, great job. Now let's see. We've got we still have other bills on our agenda. Next, we would have Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 2021 as amended.
Bill number 2021, an ordinance concerning floodplain management, erosion and sediment control and stormwater management, subdivision and development, forest conservation.
Ms. Rodvian?
Madam Chair, I have actually 2 amendments to introduce on this bill.
Okay, we can't get there yet. We can go straight to opening the public hearing and then discuss later.
Madam Chair, we closed the public hearing, I believe, at the last meeting and held the vote.
Okay, my notes say that we do have someone signed up to speak. Sorry, so perhaps that's out of date. Okay, if we have no one signed up to speak, that's fine. And then let's go to the amendments. My apologies, Ms. Rodvian. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 4.
There we go. Amendment number 4. This amendment deletes language that would allow additional civil fines or fees in lieu for clearing in violation of the critical area law.
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. So this was a suggestion from one of our colleagues that we take out just the phrase at a minimum, and this would clarify the fines that can be imposed on a violation of this bill.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Allison Pickard.
Second, Councilman Persky.
Thank you, Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me at the table is Ms. Kenny from Office of Law, Mr. Michelson from Department of Public Works, and Mr. Johnston from the administration. I want to thank the councilwoman for working with us in crafting this. We support Mr. Johnston. If you have anything to add, or Mr. Michelson, please feel free to speak up, but no, we're on the clock.
Is there any discussion? There doesn't have to be. I just want to be sure. Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 4.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 4 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 5.
Amendment number 5. This amendment adds a definition of priority forest, removes proposed language that would prohibit clearing more than 3 trees or 2,500 square feet of forest in certain areas, and requires replanting or payment of a fee in lieu for clearing with a grading permit in a priority forest.
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. This amendment basically, I believe, hopefully will get us to a point where my colleagues all feel comfortable supporting it. We started out this bill with a lower threshold than the Forest Conservation Act created for clearing that came before any sort of application, any sort of development application. For a variety of reasons, my colleagues had, I think, understandable concerns about sort of the unintended consequences of of having that threshold be lower than the 5,000 square feet threshold of the Forest Conservation Act. So we are adding this amendment after hearing from our colleagues to raise that threshold to the 5,000 square feet. So the same penalties would apply for any clearing that took place before a development application were in place as would be in place after a development application. I hope I described that in a way that makes sense.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Councilman Persky, motion to adopt.
And a second?
Rod Van second.
Mr. Barron?
Nothing to add to the sponsor's comment. We appreciate working to make sure that this bill is in a good spot. So we support.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. So I just want to understand, this is going to knock out everything about the 2,500 threshold, the 3 trees, all that's gone. Basically, all we're doing at this point is we're creating a definition of what we call a priority forest. And if there's a clearing in a priority forest, that's what's going to subject you to the higher fees, whether you've put in an application or not. Am I understanding what you're trying to do there correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll ask Mr. Johnson if he has anything to add to clarify, but I think that is correct.
Nothing to add in the sake of time. Thank you.
Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. But adding to what Councilman Volkey said, so you're clearing in a priority forest, but only more than 5,000 square feet? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. With the priority forest definition, is that something that you all pulled from some other resource? Where did that come from?
You go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Matt Johnson, Environmental Policy Director. So the priority forest definition is a portion of the definition that comes from the Forest Conservation Act itself that this council unanimously approved. So it talks about the 75-acre forest and then also talks about the sensitive forest in riparian areas and other sensitive features.
Are there any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 5.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 5 is adopted.
Thank you. I believe that means that bill number 2021, as amended, will be heard on May 3rd, 2021. Madam Secretary, we have 3 minutes. I don't know that we can address bills 2721 in 3 minutes.
So you, in 2 minutes, you can't do anything legislative. You can't vote on the bill, you can't vote on an amendment, but you can, and you have to hold the public hearing. So we should still open the bill the normal route and open the public hearing, and you can have the discussion.
Okay, I don't see that we have anybody signed up to speak though, right? So just, that's fine. Okay, we'll go really fast. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 2721.
Bill number 2721, an ordinance concerning public works permits for use of county rights of way, maintenance permit, and inspection fees.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the team here for sticking with us for a long night. I have Mr. Beckier and Ms. Day from Department of Public Works, Ms. McQuaid from Finance, and Ms. Kenny, who's been with us all night from the Office of Law. This bill was discussed at the work session. Current code provisions mandate that utility companies pay a deposit in advance to cover estimated permit and inspection fees. There are currently no fines assessed on companies which fail to pay those fees on time. This has resulted in a large outstanding balance of funds as companies remain delinquent. our average delinquency time, and we can update this data later, but it's at the time of the legislative request was 51 days. This bill changes the deposits in favor of a quarterly billing. Late payments are going to be assessed a 10% fine, similar to other utilities in the county. With that,
title at this point or not, given that we automatically go to May 3rd.
So you just closed the public hearing. I think we should just read the title and then close everything out.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 2721.
Bill number 2721, an ordinance concerning public works, permits for use of county rights of way, maintenance permit, and inspection fees.
And I'm assuming there's no further discussion, but throw up your flag if you want to talk about it. Okay. Then Bill number 2721 will be voted on in the May 3rd, 2021 meeting. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 2821.
Bill number 2821, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development community meetings.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. The intention with this bill is to codify what Office of Planning and Zoning has indicated is already the policy that they instituted incident to the pandemic and the need for conducting meetings virtually. What I like about what has happened is that we've started to record those meetings, and I think that's actually a really good policy, and it's a good thing to stay in the habit of doing. So I know that there will probably at our next meeting be some amendments offered to help clarify this language a little bit, but I think overall the policy is pretty simple and pretty straightforward. Instead of relying on the developers to submit minutes to us and telling us what people said at a meeting that they hosted, and that there is obviously some interest in how that meeting goes, instead, this will create an unbiased, neutral record that shows what exactly happened in a meeting. So I just ask for everyone's support when we get to the time to consider this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we discussed at the work session, we like this idea. We're good with it. We support. Also, I have our director, Mr. Kai Ziegler, and Greg Swain has joined us, our county attorney, and yours. So feel free to add anything, gentlemen, if I missed it.
Mr. Swain, you are looking very fresh. It's good to see you. Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this would qualify as taking legislative action, but I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
So noted, Ms. Fiedler.
Okay. Madam Secretary, are you ready to open the public hearing on Bill number 2821? Indeed. And do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair, we received one submission through the online testimony tool that was shared with the council, was posted online, and has now been made a part of the record.
Thank you. We do not have any individuals signed up to speak on this bill. The public hearing on Bill number 2821 is now closed. While we have an amendment, it cannot be offered at this time. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none. Bill number 2821 will be, I guess, voted on and possibly amended, who knows, at our May 3rd, 2021 meeting. Okay. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 2321.
Resolution number 2321, resolution in support of the Anne Arundel County Police Department adapting its policies to allow disciplinary hearings to be streamed over the internet.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. What do I need to make a motion to hold this, or do we need to go forward with the public hearing? Yes, okay, we need to go forward with the public hearing. So basically the context surrounding this bill has changed slightly since the resolution has changed slightly since the hearing that was originally scheduled for last week has now been postponed and may be moving to a different location. That said, I still think in the interest of transparency, in the interest of building trust between our sworn officers and the community, it's critical that we have this as in the most accessible form possible. And since we know we have the technology available to stream meetings like this over the internet, that's why I brought forward this resolution. While ordinarily personnel matters are not open to the public, they under an exception of the Open Meetings Act. In this case, police officer trial board hearings, as they're called, are specifically open to the public. And so for that reason, I've brought this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Rodvian. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joining me is our Chief Alwood, and from Office of Law, Greg Swain. The administration is opposed to this resolution. The discussion is important. We are committed to building trust between and amongst our community and law enforcement. However, this amendment would take a personnel matter and put it on the internet. Chief Alwood, if you have anything you would like to add, please feel free. But at this time, we are not supportive of this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chief Alwood.
Yes, I do have a few comments. Although I can appreciate the council members' position, the law enforcement officers' Bill of Rights does require that administrative hearing boards be open to the public. And as previously publicized, we've opened our hearing process to the public, providing not one, but 5 locations throughout the county to accommodate attendance by all members of the community. Additionally, administrative hearing boards are not considered public bodies, but are considered quasi-judicial functions that are exempted from the rules of the Open Meetings Act, as these proceedings may be appealed to the Circuit Court for judicial review. Under the Open Meetings Act, audio or video streaming may only be substituted for minutes if it is live and archived. However, administrative hearing boards are not bound by the rules of the Open Meetings Act. There's no requirement for audio or video live streaming or archiving of hearing records. Those are protected personnel records. Hearing records are protected under the Maryland Public Information Act, not intended for public review or secondary dissemination. Live streaming these processes provides for secondary dissemination. MPIA provides that records related to hiring, discipline, promotion, dismissal, or any other matter involving an employee's status is a protected personnel record. The hearing record is captured by the Administrative Hearing Board for the purposes of allowing a police chief to review the entire record prior to rendering a final decision on the disciplinary recommendation provided by the Administrative Hearing Board if the police chief intends to increase the recommendation, or in the event that an officer petitions an appeal to the circuit court if the officer is found guilty and contests the police chief's final decision on the disciplinary action. As you know, I'm tasked with balancing the needs of the community and the needs of our officers. And in this case, it's my duty to ensure that not only are reasonable accommodations available and made for community members to attend, but also ensuring that we uphold the legal protections afforded to our police officers facing disciplinary action. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Alwood. Are there any questions from the council? Seeing none at this time, we will now open the public hearing on resolution number 2321. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair, we received 3 submissions through the online testimony tool, and 1 submission was emailed that I shared with the entire council earlier today. The council has seen everything, and everything has been made a part of the record, and it's also posted online.
Thank you. We do not have anybody signed up to speak on this resolution. The public hearing on resolution number 2321 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 2321.
Resolution number 2321, resolution in support of the Anne Arundel County Police Department adapting its policies to allow disciplinary hearings to be streamed over the internet.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none at this time. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 2321.
Ms. Hare.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Mr. Volpe.
Nay.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
6 in the negative, 1 in the affirmative. Resolution number 2321 is defeated.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please read the title of resolution number 2421.
Resolution number 2421, resolution opposing the Baltimore Washington superconducting maglev project.
Thank you. Sarah Lacy, District 1. I'm the sponsor of this resolution. Given the late hour, I don't think I will go into anything deeply at this time, but if anybody has specific questions, I'm happy to attempt to answer them. And we'll hear from the administration, and a good number of people hung on for the public hearing, so I'd like to get to them as soon as possible. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joining me from the administration is Mr. Johnston. I believe Ms. Rhodes may still be with us. From Office of Planning and Zoning, we have Mr. Kai Ziegler. From Transportation, Mr. Robinson and Ms. Arzu McIntosh. From DPW, Mr. Phipps, and from Law, Ms. Blair Klausmeyer has stayed awake with us all night. As we discussed I believe at the work session, there is a huge need for transportation in this region. Our country is way behind other industrialized countries in transit infrastructure. The final decision for where to allocate our limited transportation dollars is done at a level way above this county council or the county executive. These are federal and state decisions when it comes to projects like this. We can inform and provide feedback, but in the end, it is not our call. The county is in the middle of doing what we are required to do or are needed to do is do our review of the draft environmental impact statement. This is a professional and technical review that we are committed to making sure is done thoroughly. The comments are due May 24th. We need more fact-finding and detailed work. At this time, the administration opposes this resolution is because we support transit, whether this project is the right project or not. It will get a full technical and thorough review from the administration, and we will submit our comments appropriately to the appropriate federal agencies and through the appropriate process. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions, but we are opposed to the resolution.
If there's no discussion at this moment, I'd like to go ahead and turn to the public hearing. Madam Secretary, we'll open the public hearing on resolution number 2421. Do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair. We actually received quite a bit of testimony. Just through the online testimony tool, we received 278 submissions. We also received one letter that was delivered to our Dropbox and was shared with the council earlier today. The council has seen all of the testimony that has come in. It has been added to the record, and the list, the summary has been posted to our website.
Thank you. We do have several individuals signed up to speak on this resolution. Remarks will be limited to 2 minutes. When it is your turn, please unmute yourself and begin by stating your name and address for the record. First is Wayne Rogers.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm Wayne Rogers, appearing in opposition to Resolution 2421. I'm the CEO of Baltimore Washington Rapid Rail, a 100% U.S. veteran-owned and Maryland headquartered business. I'm speaking to you tonight from my office at 191 Main Street, where I've been for 32 years of our 41 years in business. I speak not only for our company, but for the 19,000 people who signed a petition in support of the maglev project, our employees of Anne Arundel County, the 760 people who emailed opposition to council members over the last 5 days, the 600 people who telephoned council members in opposition, the 132 people who submitted opposition testimony tonight, and the additional 670 people who opposed this resolution, which we forward to the council today. In addition, polling says the people of Maryland, by a 3-to-1 margin, support this project. For Council Member Pickard, with Anne Arundel County addresses, there's 1,259 people, just so you know the numbers. The resolution at best is premature. We're at the draft EIS stage. There's 12 alternatives, plus the no build alternative and no preferred alignment. The council really doesn't know what it is opposing. Currently, comments are being gathered to adjust, review, and correct the DIS from the agencies, from the public, and even from us, who did not see the document until the public. With due respect, I recommend the council hold a work session with us as project sponsor so the council can understand the proposal and its potential benefits and impacts. It's not prudent to pass a resolution based on either lack of or faulty information. Most of the information in the resolution is simply wrong. I also note you passed Amendment 108 tonight to the General Development Plan, and I'd hope the chair would put a statement on the record that that was not intended to be a conclusion, because I'm afraid the public will be concerned tomorrow when they read all routes would run through Anne Arundel County, causing substantial negative impacts to several communities.
Mr. Rogers, thank you. Your time's expired. Next, we have Gary Mahler. Or we did. I don't see him in the list, Madam Secretary. Okay, let's move on to Kendrick Tillman.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
For the record, the testimony of Kendrick Tillman in opposition for Resolution 24-21. Chair Lacy and the chair, I'm here on behalf of the Greater Baltimore Black Chamber of Commerce to voice opposition to the county council resolution. As the Greater Baltimore Black Chamber of Commerce, we focus on development of Black-owned businesses, and we advocate for economic empowerment in the African-American community in the Baltimore metropolitan area. And that's the purpose for me testifying today. I ask you not to advance the resolution 24-21. I'm promoting objectives to the Black business area who are looking forward to the numerous business opportunities that Baltimore Washington Rapid Rail could create with this multi-billion-dollar semiconductor maglev project. As leading business organizations support the needs of our members, we just want to make sure that we are looking forward around the corner for projects like this that can bring opportunities and bring value to Maryland and diverse residential business communities that are making it a winning combination. The project is one of those initiatives. So we're just with this fast-growing technology world, this train would bring to Anne Arundel County, it would bring just forward thinking and it's the epitome of forward thinking. It would transform just to connect the business and retail travelers to the Northeast corridor destination in minutes would normally take hours. Information from proposed projects, environmental review shows that highway congestion and the harmful emissions will be reduced. No homeowners will be forced out of their homes. The developer will work with governments and communities to address construction issues. And truth be told, Anne Arundel County can expect a windfall of just developments, economic benefits from this project.
Mr. Tillman, thank you very much. Your time has expired. Next is James Spearman.
Good evening, Council. My name is James Spearman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Caucus of African American Leaders of Anne Arundel County. I'm appearing before you to express our strong opposition to County Council Resolution 2421. The Caucus of African American Leaders of Anne Arundel County supports the Baltimore-Washington Rapid Rail's maglev project, which will transform the passenger train experience while placing an even greater emphasis on the Baltimore-Washington corridor as a leading region regarding technology, transportation, and opportunities for communities of color. Resolution 2421, by intended to stop the proposed Baltimore-Washington maglev project's development, is short-sighted because it will also prevent the significant economic benefits associated with the largest public transportation infrastructure project in the state of Maryland from materializing. The Caucus of African American Leaders is a proponent of initiatives that advance opportunities for the Black community. We seek to create the right environment for our communities, residents, institutions, and businesses to thrive and prosper. Just as we respond to civil rights concerns and ensure that our communities are aware of and are able to address other critical matters, we are focused on making sure job training, employment, and business opportunities are available and accessible. With this project's $10 billion spend in Maryland and an estimated 74,000 jobs in Maryland from construction, as well as delivering hundreds of permanent jobs to the county, the potential economic impact is significantly larger than other infrastructure projects our state and region has seen here recently.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Miriam Summers.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi,
Yes,
good
we can-
evening.
we can
Good
hear
evening,
you.
Chairman Lacey and members of the Anne Arundel County. I know the hour is late, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. My name is Dr. Miriam Summers, and I am the Vice President of the National Action Network Greater Baltimore chapter. A chapter which covers a multi-county territory that includes Anne Arundel County, has endorsed the proposed Baltimore-Washington superconducting maglev rapid rail project. And as you know, our organization historically works to promote a modern civil rights agenda that includes a fight for the one standard of justice, decency, and equal opportunity for all people. And that is the reason why I am vigorously opposing Council Resolution 24-21. At NAN, we feel strongly that the time is now for corporations and governments, quote unquote, do right by helping to foster meaningful training and employment opportunities to elevate the standard of living for many undereducated, unemployed, underemployed, and otherwise disadvantaged people of color. In our chapter, there are far too many people in Anne Arundel County alone, as well as Baltimore and Baltimore City, whose futures are unclear because pathways to the middle class are often elusive. Graduating seniors who are not college bound are not guaranteed to find steady work that leads successful careers. And of course, we all know women are not able to get the same chances and compensation as their male counterpart. And also to BWRR's credit, the developer just recently stepped up with a commitment to the community of color and women to help build and operate a 13 billion Washington, D.C. to Baltimore project. On March 1 of this year, the developer proactively announced a plan demonstrating that diversity, equity, and inclusion were central to the project. Council Resolution 2421 will work against the economic promise of Maglif's plan by stifling
Ms. Summers?
opportunities for many.
Ms. Summers, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your time has expired. Thank you for staying so long. Thank you. Next is Jermaine Jones. Sir, if you can hear me, you need to unmute yourself.
Madam Chair, we are giving Mr. Jones prompts to unmute himself. Perhaps we can try the other two people that are still here and then circle back to Mr. Jones one last time.
Okay, then next is Jason Rodriguez.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Good morning. We can. Thank you. 2 minutes.
All right. Good morning, Chair and Madam Chair, and to the council. My name is Jason Rodriguez. I am an activist advocating for many issues around the great state of Maryland. My son is a product of North County High School, by the way, go Knights, and also played Pop Warner football for Glen Burnie Athletic League, go Warriors. I consider myself to be a futurist, and I'm here today in opposition of Bill 24-21. I think that there's no greater deterrence in poverty, impoverishment, and those who may be going in the wrong direction than providing them an opportunity for a career or a trade. I know that's what's changed my life. I would just like the council to just really consider really looking at working with the developers of the Maglef program and trying to find ways to make this work for our great state. I think that this is a great opportunity for our state. I know there's some concerns about environmental issues. There's been tens of thousands of construction projects and infrastructure projects that have gone on in the great state of Maryland. Projects in the Bay, they just had the project in the National Harbor. There's different drawbridges that have been upgraded and recently redeveloped around the different waterways and tributaries. There has never been an environmental disaster that has disturbed the sensitive environment of these waterways. And these very sensitive environmental areas. So I really suggest that we really look at the fact that there hasn't been an issue of a environmental disaster. There's some concerns about the underground tunnels, disturbing properties. That's absolutely nonsense with the day and age of construction. There are plenty of tunnels all around the country, including tunnels underneath New York City, and you don't see skyscrapers falling in or grounds falling in.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for staying up so late. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Next is Gerald Stansbury.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go
Okay,
ahead.
great. I am going to be brief. I just want to let you know that I am calling in opposition of 2421. I am currently living at 1415 Lehman Court, Annapolis, Maryland. I served 12 years as the Maryland State Conference president for the state of Maryland, and now serve as Maryland State Conference President Emeritus. And I want to stand out to let you know that we feel that the Magley project is a project that's going to bring plenty of opportunities to citizens of Maryland. I think it's a great opportunity from a visionary standpoint for our young folks to keep up with the times as far as opportunities in New York, DC, Baltimore. Transportation is a very important issue. I believe in the environment, and I definitely have concerns about that. But at the same time, I think those concerns can be addressed. So I think in voting against this particular resolution, I think it's premature to do that, especially since everything has been at a draft level at this point. Let's wait till some final reports come out. Let's have the council get with the MagLag program, people that's putting the program project forward, and see if they can come to some agreement on making sure that our environment is protected and make sure the job opportunities are given to the folks in Anne Arundel County, Baltimore, New York, coming to Annapolis, coming to Baltimore, coming to DC. So I know I only have 2 minutes, and I appreciate you all for the long hours that you spend, but I want to say that this is the first time I had to stay up till 12 o'clock to give any kind of testimony. So I feel this is an important matter. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your commitment, Mr. Stansbury. Shall we try Mr. Jones again?
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. My name is Jermaine Jones. I'm with the Baltimore DC Building Trades. We represent 24 local union affiliates with over 25,000 skilled craft professionals in the building and construction industry in the greater Baltimore, DC, and Northern Virginia region. The implementation of Resolution 2421 will prohibit any construction of the MagLab system within the county. And we feel the resolution being introduced is premature and not in the best interest of county residents when it comes to public safety and health, especially since the introduction of a carbon-free transportation system will reduce congestion and remove 2 million tons of emissions from decreased vehicle miles being traveled. The Baltimore and DC Building Trades has 22 brick and mortar apprenticeship training centers located in Prince George's County in the greater Baltimore region. Baltimore, Washington Rapid and Rail has signed a memorandum of understanding with the North American Building Trade Unions to build this project using a project labor agreement. In addition, with the 74,000 jobs MagLab will provide, we are committed to recruiting from the county's public schools and providing direct entry and employment for those students enrolled in CTE construction courses as well. Last but not least, in addition, the project labor agreement provided for in addition, the project labor agreement will provide for hiring and training of the chronically unemployed, single parents, and returning citizens, minorities, veterans, women, and those who have had hard time getting employed. These are good jobs. These jobs are good jobs that provide health care and also retirement benefits, because the construction has been deemed as an essential workforce, and it will be ill-advised at this time during COVID-19 pandemic and the permanent job loss many county residents are experiencing. The stop
Mr.
of projects
Jones?
of this importance.
Mr. Jones,
Therefore,
thank
we
you.
just ask you to please consider this, because it's going to have a negative impact on the county, and this will be a tremendous opportunity that we
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Your time has expired. I appreciate everyone staying up so late to still give this testimony. It's much appreciated. With that, the public hearing on resolution number 2421 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 2421.
Resolution number 2421, resolution opposing the Baltimore Washington superconducting maglev project.
Thank you. Mr. Pruski?
Councilman Pruski, District 4. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to put a couple things on the record about my vote. First of all, I've had concerns, obviously, and also people supporting this. And one of the things that was kind of made clear to me is that we are in the initial NEPA study, and the resolution language is concerning to me. So I'm kind of like in between, right? Because obviously I have folks that don't want this running through their yard, Maryland City and Laurel, and I know in your area, Madam Chair. But also as far as the study itself, I don't know if we're at the point where they actually have where the routes are going to run, because that's one question that somebody kept on asking me is where exactly will it go? And so for me to make a definitive statement before that is settled, I'm going to be clear on the record. I have major concerns about the environment and obviously concerns about what's there. But in terms of actually where the route would go, from that end, that's just one concerning thing that I have with the statement that we're making in the language. So I'm just going to leave it there. Again, I know it's a difficult vote and discussion, and I know people have raised, concerns on both sides. Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I'm going to try to call Mr. Stansberry's energy to my being right now because he was great. I understand. I understand why the sponsor introduced this resolution. Having said that, a lot of the testimony, if not all of the testimony, goes back to my vote during Bill 1121 on the maglev. There was a lot of positive information shared here tonight in testimony as far as job opportunity and economic impacts in the positive that I'm not comfortable at this point making a statement that the resolution has. So again, appreciate it, but I'm not there. So thank you.
Ms. Pickard.
Good evening or good morning. I want to talk a little bit. This is a really hard topic to take in. We've heard a lot of testimony tonight, and also we've gotten a lot of email. All of it, however, all of it has been one-sided, and I'm not sure at this point that this council has had an opportunity to digest everything we need to. It may be worth our while to hold off on this conversation until we could have a work session briefing. We could be having this debate and this conversation in the light of day and really hear from the residents who live in the area where this project is going to go through. I have a lot of concerns. I know that we're talking tonight and testimony has been discussed about jobs. I also think we could be creating jobs if we were building the Red Line in Baltimore. It would actually provide jobs. It would also provide transportation to jobs. I know we've heard that it's not going to disrupt people's homes. I don't really know that. I know everybody that's testified and the emails that have come through are very convincing, but we don't have any final plans. I know that I have neighbors and constituents who are very concerned about what this means for their homes and their communities, which is probably why these big decisions on these big projects are made at a higher level, because what local politician or local elected official is going to vote to upend somebody's community? But we're a little early in this process. We may really need to stop and pause and have a larger conversation as this project moves forward. I'm quite torn on how to vote this evening, even though this is a non-binding resolution statement from this council. I don't think I've ever been in this situation of not knowing how I was going to vote. Even right now, I don't know how I'm going to vote. So I'm not sure how to move forward, to be quite honest. So that's all I have to say.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Just following up on that, at the work session we had last week, I had actually asked if we might have a work session on this particular resolution. And I'm wondering if the sponsor of the resolution had given any thought to holding this over and having a briefing so that we could consider all aspects of it.
Sarah Lacey, District 1. Actually, I have. Also, I appreciate Ms. Pickard's comments. Much of what she said are things I can think but could not necessarily say, as I'm in quite a difficult spot, but I also want to do what I feel is what the geographic community that I represent feels is most important to them, just as I think all of my colleagues would do. if this project were running through your district, I think you would feel this pain 10 times over. What I think would be most productive to do is to hold the vote on this resolution to May 17th, I think, is our second legislative meeting in May. If we do that, we would have time to discuss it at the May work session. And it also would give, since the administration is still reviewing the draft environmental impact statement, then we could consider anything else that they have, because I'm not an expert, but I know that their expertise would be good for us to consider as well. So I'm throwing out that idea. I'm not actually making the motion yet. I'm sorry, Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I don't think we have a work session in May because of the budget. So I think it would have to hold farther than that.
Okay.
That's correct. No work session in the month of May.
Okay, thank you. So scratch the work session part. I still, for my constituents' sake, I want to be able to advise them of the result of this resolution in time for the deadline to submit comments on the draft environmental impact statement, which has been moved to May 24th. Mr. Brusky, are you giving up your place in line? Okay, Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I'm not opposed to the idea of discussing this at a work session, but if anyone could share how long the MagLab project has been taking place at the state level. My concern is I don't know that we will be able to unpack this in one work session. So the timeline and putting a restrictive time period on it, I have concerns over that. So if there's any information on how long this has been in discussions at the state level.
Pete Barron with the administration, possibly Mr. Robinson knows the how long this project has been going on.
Good morning, everybody. Ramon Robinson, Anne Arundel County Office of Transportation. The project's been going on for probably a couple of years now. So, you know, it kind of went through a period where it stopped, just kind of, I think they had a pandemic stop. But this project has been kind of in the pipeline for a significant amount of time. There have been a couple of different iterations of this project too over the course of very many years, but this project has been with the state and the feds for a significant amount of time. So it's got a little duration to it.
Madam Chair, I also want to point out we still have Mr. Rogers here with us, who can probably answer some factual questions if you would like to ask him those questions as well.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. So I really want to get to the place where I can get behind this project, but I still have a lot of questions. So I don't feel like I'm ready to vote on the resolution tonight. So I like the idea of holding it out until May. I actually almost wish we could hold it longer because I do feel like this project has a really long timeline, but I also understand the public comment period. So I would, if Madam Chair would like me to, I could make that motion you suggested to hold until the May 17th when the appropriate times comes.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Allison Pickard, District 2. I wanted to, maybe if Mr. Robinson has, or anyone on the panel here, I've heard all kinds of things from folks, both in support and against, as I mentioned earlier. But one of the things that struck me is that actually someone told me in the building trades that this project, like I'm probably not going to see this built. I'm not probably, as a nearly 49-year-old woman, I'm not going to see this project built in the next 20 or 30 years. So when we talk about jobs, are we is it going to take that long to build, or is this project so far in the future that this resolution is moot? Does anybody really understand the timeline of how this is all going to come together? Does anybody on this, as we're having this in this universe here, understand the timeline of this project?
Sarah Lacy, District 1. I don't think we can have really anybody can precisely answer that question because there are still too many variables and undecided things. I think what maybe would be best would be if we can invite Mr. Rogers to give us presentations in groups of 3 or 2 or whatever, like we've done in other instances, and then we can, ask those very specific questions of him apart from a work session. And there are also community groups that are would be, very happy to give us a more detailed presentation. So I would suggest taking those courses forward. I'm quite aware that, the timing is really unfortunate, overlapping with all the focus that we've had on the GDP. And I don't blame anybody for, maybe not knowing how you want to vote because you still need more information. I think that's, that's quite fair. So I appreciate that. Mr. Pruski?
Councilman Pruski, District 4. I just want to remind everyone that May is budget, that we also have a ton of work sessions and other things that are already scheduled. I'm not saying we can't fit that in. My concern is the timing of just trying to get that. I know we're trying to balance that, right? How do we get that? But I know with the schedule that's there, and I also plan on holding some budget hearings after the county executives, initiated piece is out. So I just want to make sure to be fair for residents and so on. So we have to, do we move forward tonight, take a vote, or do we hold it? I don't really know the answer, right? Because I think a lot of people are asking, what to do. So it's a very difficult situation.
Sarah Lacy, District 1. I would say my preference is to hold it. I do think we have not had as much opportunity to hear from residents as they may feel is fair. But I also think, May 17th is a month away, and we're all much more familiar with budget than we have been for our first 2 years. So I'm confident we all could find time to study up, but I strongly prefer not to vote on my resolution at nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, even if I thought it was going to go my way. So, it's not that, but I just don't think it would be the right thing to do by the community. So I guess with that, I'll make the motion to hold the vote on resolution number 2421 to May 17th, 2021. Is there a second?
Second, Allison Pickard.
Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Lacy.
Aye.
5 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. The motion to hold the vote until May 17th has passed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Is there any other business to be brought? Oh, wait, hang on. Before I get there, I'm supposed to say the vote on resolution number 2421 will be held at the council meeting on May 17th, 2021. And before I fall asleep, is there any other business to be brought before the county council at this time? Seeing none, okay. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Rodvian, D6.
Is there a second?
Hare, second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. The county council is adjourned until 6 p.m. on Monday, May 3rd, 2021. What? What is it, Madam Secretary?
Actually, I'm sorry, we do come together April 30th for the budget message.
Okay, but our next legislative meeting is on Monday.
That
May
is
3rd.
correct, but I don't want to leave members of the public thinking that we're not doing anything until May the 3rd.
Totally fine. All right, thank you very much. Good night, everybody.